Hello and welcome to this, our 246th live stream. Egyptian Royal Streaming. Ooh. This is, of course, a nod to our Monday video, which was on Egyptian Royal Succession. So if you haven't seen that video, please go back and have a view, and we think you'll find it quite interesting. It's not quite like, say, Royal Succession is in the West. It has some peculiarities to it. So if you are interested in that, please see that Monday video. We also want to, for channel business today, we only have just one item, which is would like to pitch our second novel in the War of the Gods series, All the Stars as Angels. We have the third one that's coming out real soon in July. So if you want to sort of get caught up on the series, now is a great time to buy the second book and the first one too, if you haven't read it. Please leave reviews of the books, because that really helps us. Nothing really helps us more than your reviews on Amazon as far as getting the message about these books out. So, CPM versus DOS. Where can I buy the audiobook again? I forgot I want to pick it up. Spotify. Spotify has it. I think there's about 30 vendors that have it. I think you can even get it on Google, for that matter. I think Google even sells it. So there's a lot of places that are selling the audiobook. I think the only place that isn't really selling it right now is Amazon, which is kind of weird because we said it was okay for them to host it, but yeah, if you look up Reliquary of the Dead on a lot of audiobook vendors, you'll find them there. Okay? So, hope that helps. LimeWire? Don't know. I don't subscribe to LimeWire, so I can't tell you if it's on LimeWire or not. So, that one I don't know. I know it's like 30 of them. I don't have the whole list memorized. It's a lot of vendors that do it. But it was published through InAudio, so which is owned by Spotify, and Spotify has a lot of fingers in a lot of cookie jars. So, hope that helps. Oh, that's a piracy joke? Oh, no. Might be on there. I hope not, but okay. Annie Manuel asks, are you going to do the second book as an audio? Probably not. Unless sales pick up. The fact is that sales in the first audiobook were really appallingly bad. The book itself was fine. The actual ebook, the paperback, the hardcover, they did all fine. The audiobook for the first novel was appallingly bad. We got like 2 sales. It's not worth our time to do, say, other books in the series unless sales really start picking up on audiobooks. So, unfortunately, that first audiobook might be the last to. So, but we gave it a try. And we put the 40 hours of effort into doing it, and it doesn't seem to be worth our time to do. So, at least not at this point. Maybe someday, though. We're not closing the door permanently on this. We're just saying, not right now. Okay? So, but thank you for asking. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's get into the rules and then get into the questions. Okay, first rule, Super Chats have priority. It guarantees we see it, we read it, and we will probably take the question. Not guaranteed, but it gives you visibility. We also take non-super chats, and we ask that your question starts with a Q and a colon. If you don't put a Q and a colon in front of the question, we don't see it. It might as well not exist. Only post non-super chats once. Posting multiple times will result in your question being disqualified. If it's a verse in the Bible or say something that requires a little context, just please help us out there. So for a Bible verse, we would need, say, what book it's in, what what chapter and what verse. It really helps us to narrow things down to have the passage on hand. You can sponsor a non-super chat, but we ask if you do that you copy the question into your super chat. So again, that saves us time hunting things down. And finally, one question per chat, no question stacking, because that's not fair to anyone. Okay, with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, the first question is from Deduza Dude. Could we trace the Pharaonic dynasty to today? No. Actually, we cannot. The last native dynasty of Egypt died with Nectanebo. He was the last native Egyptian prince, as it were, and his line died with him. The last, say, even the Ptolemies died with Ptolemy the 13th, 14th, no, 15th. Ptolemy the 15th, I believe. So even the Ptolemies died out. So there are no successors to, like Cleopatra the 7th had 3 children. Let's see, what was that? What were children's? One of them was Justinia or something like that. Cleopatra's children. Yeah, Caesarion, which was Ptolemy the 15th, he was the last king of Egypt. Okay? He died as a child. Okay? So, because he died as a child, he had no heirs, and the next pharaoh was actually Augustus Caesar. Okay? Now, you could make a case that, say, the Roman emperors were the continuation of the pharaonic line, but then you had the fall of the Roman Empire, and them moving to Ravenna, and once they're in Ravenna, well, then they become more of princes at that point, and as far as I know, the line of Ravenna princes also died out. So there's actually, I don't think, any way to trace a pharaonic dynasty for Egypt anymore. The only way you could possibly, as I said, still do it is maybe through the Italian princes, but that would be it. That would be the extent of it. None of the native princes, none of the Ptolemaic princes, none of them had heirs that survived. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Next question is from the Penniless Theologian. Okay, and he says, I am back to studying Genesis 1 to 11 at the moment. Oh, good for you. Can you name other examples of temple cultic language apart from creation and the ark? Absolutely. It would help to get a better grip on that idea. Okay, you have the idea of idols and statuary through the image of God motif. So you have that. You also have the courts of the temples in the creation, but you've already covered that. You have sacrifice. Okay? Sacrifice is in there. And what's acceptable as sacrifice? You have, for example, the sacrifices of Cain and Abel, and of Noah. And Noah, you have the first, what's called the Olah, the burnt sacrifice. So that's going to be a big, big motif in temple ritual. Also, Noah does it on an altar of unhewn stone. That's also a big deal in temple ritual. Okay? So, you have all that. You have clean versus unclean animals start to be mentioned here. Again, if these animals were not considered clean or unclean at the time of Genesis 1 to 11, but that is a retrojection placed upon the text to give that ritual and religious promegolina. So you've got all these little features of temple ritual that are going into that first Genesis 1 through 11. So it's everything from the organization of sacred space to the use of ritual motifs to the cherubim and seraphim to what type of sacrifices are involved, ritual purification of of offerings, the construction of altar types, the exsanguination of sacrifices before their offering. So there is a lot of temple cultic language in Genesis 1 through 11. It's just the first 11 chapters of Genesis are absolutely replete with it. So there's just so much there that you can hardly miss it. So Amias Lingo asks, do you think the table of presence harks back to creation? Well, in a sense, yes, in that it is a perpetual offering. Because offerings themselves go back to creation. To at least, as I said, to Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel are the first humans to present offerings to God. So, if the fact that the table of presence is a piece of furniture that is designed to present an offering as being a perpetual, say, in presence offering to God, then yes, it does do that. Okay, next one. So I hope that helps, Penny's Theologian. Yeah, so there's a lot of them. And I mean, even the whole idea of priests, castes of priests, that's Genesis 6. You know, the sons of God and the daughters of Adam. Those are lines of priests. So even the whole idea of priesthood goes back to Genesis 6. So again, that's all going back to that whole idea that the way that Genesis 1 through 11 is written is as a ritual primer to prepare the Israelites for their tabernacle rituals. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Next question is from Darkblade. Why do none of the three most central creeds have a, quote, I believe in the Bible line? Timing. The Bible was not collected into one book prior to Jerome's Latin Vulgate, which was completed in 384 in Rome. The creeds are being made in the East. Okay? So while the Bible is being translated into Latin, that translation has yet to have the gravitas as a sort of a singular iconic book to have that sort of presence in, say, Eastern Christianity at the time. The creeds were about cobbled together around, at least the Athanasian Creed was 4 years later. The earliest reference we have to Apostles' Creed is about the same. So the Nicene Creed is slightly earlier. So you don't have a lot of complete books of the Bible really floating around. Cyril asks, what about Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and Alexandrinus? You did have that individual manuscripts, but they weren't copies of each other. They weren't copies of each other generally. And it was expensive to have that, to be honest. So there weren't many around. It's not something that your average Christian would have sort of tucked in his back pocket. Okay? It was one of those things where Bibles were big. They were big. They were held in monasteries. They were not something that your typical Christian or even church had. Okay? It would be very, very remarkable if a church had an entire Bible at its disposal. Generally, what they would have would be scrolls of various books of the Bible. So they wouldn't have typical church basilica wouldn't have a complete manuscript, but they might have, say, a dozen scrolls. They might have. They might have that. So for them, the Bible itself was not an iconic form. It wasn't an iconic form. So while they did believe in the scriptures, and the fact is that they all believed in the centrality of the scriptures, that was almost, you didn't need a creed for that, because that was already a foregone conclusion. You only need a creed if there's any doubts about what to believe. Nobody in the church said that scripture wasn't a thing. Okay. Nobody denied the authority of scripture within the Christian church. But you had people running around in the Christian church at the time denying that Jesus was God. You did have that. You did have people running around who were monolithic monotheists. You had Docetists running around. You had Nestorians and Monophysites. So you only need creeds to basically contradict, say, heresies that are rife in the church. And nobody back then denied the sufficiency of Scripture. Okay? So, a smiley bonbon. What's monotheism again? Okay, monolithic monotheism says that there's one person God who's manifest in one person. Okay? So, to give you an example of this, Islam is monolithic monotheism. It believes there's only God, the only God is Allah. Doesn't believe Jesus is God. Doesn't believe that the Holy Spirit is God. It just believes that there's one person of God. So that's sort of different from, say, monarchical monotheism. Okay? Where you can have multiple persons as God as well as spirits beneath the figurehead of God himself. Come on, Patrick. Yes. Arianism is an example of this. Yes. Arianism is an example of that. Okay, so let's move on here to the next super chat here. I think that covers Darkblade's super chat. So that's why you don't find a I believe in the Bible in the creedal formula. It's a bit there's not a strong propinquity between the use of the term biblos, meaning the book, because of that statement becomes sort of in vogue with the Latin Vulgate. Not every basilica had a Bible, and most of the creeds were formulated in the East. So it wasn't something that you had the propinquity of geography there to sort of be an issue. Okay, next question here is from King Bubby, who asks, if intelligent extraterrestrials exist, do you think that humanity is meant to expand throughout the universe and bring the gospel to them? Well, we're not required to expand to the universe, okay? That's not something that we're asked to do, okay? We're called to fill the earth, yes, be fruitful and multiply on the earth, but the earth is ours. We're not prevented from going into space, but at the same time, too, we're not required to do it either. So, if there are intelligent extraterrestrials out there, it's not a gospel imperative for us to go out there to evangelize to them. Now, that said, there have been many people have speculated on this, have asked that what would be our response if there was intelligent life out there? And the answer seems to be, it depends on what's the state of that intelligent life. Are they like angels, in that they never fell? If they never fell, they don't need the gospel. Okay? Are they fallen and have their own provision of grace? If that's so, then they don't need our gospel necessarily. It is possible that they could be waiting on our arrival for the gospel. That is a possibility. Okay, so there's a lot of possibilities out there for, say, intelligent extraterrestrials that don't necessarily include our giving them the gospel, but, it may include that. We don't know, because we've never encountered any yet. So, but there's a lot of things that could be possible things going on there. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, we can now move on to our super chats here. And we don't have a lot of super chats tonight, so we're just going to probably take these questions in more or less kind of order. I will take this one from Gandalf the Base here, non-super chat, before we get into the super chats here. In Genesis, when Jacob wrestled with God, have you heard the interpretation that this was actually a demon he wrestled with? I came across this in my research, and I'm lost how they got that. I don't know how they got that either, other than the idea that Jacob was wounded by this, and I think you have to go through some pretty leaps to get there. I want to bring up the Bible here. Let's go to Genesis 32. All right. Genesis 32, verses 24 to 30. Then Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. And when he saw he had not prevailed against him, he touched the socket of his thigh. So basically, the guy who wrestling Jacob made this a fair fight. So the socket of Jacob's thigh was dislocated when he wrestled him. But then he said, "Let me go, for dawn is breaking." But he said, "I will not let you go until you bless me." Now, if he's wrestling a demon here, it's pretty darn strange to ask for a blessing from a demon. Okay? That's the last person you want to ask a blessing from. Verse 26.
One would think that would be an automatic.
Yeah, that would be an automatic disqualifier right there. So he said to him, "What is your name?" Verse 26. And then he said, "Let me go, for the dawn is breaking." But he said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." So he said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel," which means to contend with God. For you have striven, and this again is Sarah, to persist or persevere with God and with men, and have prevailed. Basically, he went the distance. The prevailing means he didn't overcome his wrestler, but he went the distance. Okay, he showed perseverance. Okay, that's what it means here. Then Jacob asked him and said, "Please tell me your name." But he said, "Why is it that you ask my name?" Because he already knows who he's fighting against. And he blessed him there. Now, demons don't bless. They don't bless people, okay? So, I think anyone interpreting this as that Jacob was fighting a demon, I think it's really out in left field. Jacob is not about to ask for. I mean, he's going up against his brother. There's no evidence here that this is a request made to a demon, but it's just more or less that he's going up against Lot the next day, or Esau the next day. So he's going to go up and meet his brother the next day, and he's expecting that to be a bloodbath. So he's asking this divine being just prior to meeting Esau for a blessing. The last thing you want to ask a blessing from is a demon. Just saying. Scott Worthen says, Jacob had his crisis of faith and won. Yeah, that's more or less it. Pretty much. Dark Blade. Jacob was wrestling with a demon equals I read the Bible while on crack. How many people do that, unfortunately? Too bad. Too sad. Whoa. You get some people with some crazy interpretations who who not only read the Bible, write interpretations of it, and teach. Yeah. Let's go on the next one here. The first super chat of the night here is going to be from Gizbo SBOL for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why is no one in the sphere of Exodus studies engaging the work of Shlomit Bakar, co-excavator of Hatzor, the way some are engaging Nigro's work? Okay. Few reasons. Okay. There are some people engaging Bakar's work. I engage Bakar's work. I like Bakar's work. I think Bakar has done some really, really solid work. But there's a couple things too. The first thing is that the late Bronze Age 2B destruction layer at Hatzor had already been published prior to Bakar. Okay? So there's that. But what Bakar does that is different is she is denying the idea that there was a 15th century destruction layer at Hatzor. And I think she's right. Honestly, the idea that there's a 15th century destruction layer in the lower city is a crock. But the only people that really want that around still are the early Exodus people. The early Exodus people are the people who are really, really attached to that destruction, that 15th century supposed minor destruction of the lower city. And this destruction is couched in so many wiggle words. It's not even funny. It's a minor destruction of a trace ash layer in the lower city subsection of the wall. Basically, someone lit a bonfire against the wall. That's essentially what it was. There's no 15th century destruction layer around the entire lower city. It just isn't there. It's like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy. We will in a moment, but let's finish the question first. Gizbo says, she only discussed small-scale destruction in the gate area P and K and late Bronze 1A stratum 15-2. That 1A destruction is so small and so insignificant. It really can't be. I mean, here's the thing. With the Joshua destruction of Hatzor, the whole city has to be burned with fire. Okay? That's the problem with it. You have to, for that to be Joshua's conquest, he has to burn down the entire city. Not just a little section of the gate. Not just a little break in the wall. All of it has to be burnt. You don't get that in the 15th century. You don't get that in late Bronze 1. It's not there in late Bronze 1. It's only there in late Bronze 2. So what Bakar has done is she's really gutted the early Exodus dates claim that there was a late Bronze 1 destruction at Hatzor. Okay? That can be attributed to Joshua. So she's gutted that. So while this would be something that, say, late Exodus daters would say, yeah, absolutely, she's right on. Early Exodus daters pretend she doesn't exist. Oh, she does. She does say that there. Yeah, there's no late Bronze 2A destruction either. It's late Bronze 2B. It's late Bronze 2B. That's when the destruction takes place, and nobody denies that. Everyone accepts that there is a late Bronze 2B destruction. The difference is that early Exodus daters will say, well, that's Deborah's destruction, which is not spoken of at all in the text, but they sort of eisegete the text to get that. Whereas late Exodus supporters will say that the late Bronze 2B destruction is Joshua's conquest. But that's the reason. Early Exodus daters want to ignore Bakar. Atheists want to ignore Bakar because it does support a Joshua, say, late Exodus conquest. So yeah, they both want to ignore her. Okay. But for different reasons. And late Exodus supporters, there's just not as many of us out there who are, say, vocal about Bakar either. But I like her work. I think her work is fine. It's great work. Okay, so, but here's the thing too. One of the reasons why a lot of people are engaging Nigro's work a lot more is a lot of it was because, say, there was a lot of denial over the late Bronze Jericho 2. Okay, so a lot of people were denying the existence of a late Bronze 2 city at Jericho. A lot of people were. Even though the original excavators were more circumspect about this. So, but it basically, Nigro basically came out and said the evidence is overwhelming for this. So, there was no academic consensus against a late Bronze 2B destruction at Hatzor, like there had been for a late Bronze 2B destruction at Jericho. The late Bronze 2B destruction at Jericho was a very, very strong consensus position. And Nigro just blew that out of the water. Just totally destroyed that consensus opinion. So, that's why his work is getting more attention than Bakar's. It's not because that they don't integrate with each other. Well, they do very well. It's more that Nigro's work flips the consensus on its head, as opposed to Bakar's work really is in line with the consensus at the moment. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, what was that follow-up question?
You were talking in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Jacob named?
Okay. Why is Jacob renamed Israel again in Genesis 35:10? Okay, so let's look at 35:10. So in 32, we have him named first here. This is where we get the first, basically, where he's first named Israel. No longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you've strived against God. 35:10. And God said to him, your name is Jacob. You shall be no longer called Jacob, but Israel shall be your name. Thus he called him Israel. Okay. And let's see, what was the circumstances here? Okay, but God said to Jacob, go, arise to Bethel, and live there, and make an altar there to God. Okay. Jacob said to his household and all to put away the foreign gods who are amongst you, and purify yourselves and change your garments. Okay, so they go to Bethel. Okay. On an oak, which was Shechem. Came to Luz. Okay, and I'll go with him. Built an altar there. Okay, so this is the first cultic site. Jacob builds. God appears to Jacob, and then from Padan Aram he blessed them. God said, "Your name is Jacob. You shall no longer become Jacob, but Israel shall be your name." Thus he called him Israel. Okay, thus he called him Israel is probably a scribal gloss. Okay, but it's probably just an addition to the text here. That's okay. It doesn't really change anything. Probably it's more of a reiteration of what happened in 32. God also said to him, "I am also God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. The nation and company of nations shall come from you, and kings shall come forth from you." Okay, so he's probably still using Jacob at this point. Okay. It's probably more along the lines of, "Hey Jacob, I named you once. Yeah, I'm going to rename you again." So, Ryan Cohencap, Jacob is still called Jacob after this interchangeably. Why? Narratival consistency. Okay? Probably narratival consistency. Basically God's saying to Jacob, "I haven't forgotten that I named you." We do see that when there are name changes in the Bible, it usually happens when there's some major turning point for a person. Okay? Like the wrestling with God, like the promises given to Abram, where he becomes Abraham instead of Abram. Okay? So when these sort of encounters with God take place, these renamings do happen. So, but that doesn't mean that the narrator of the book is going to necessarily switch immediately. It doesn't happen that way. So sometimes the narrator in a book will go back to an older name or an older term just to keep the reader on track with what's going on. So, but again, this is probably in 35:10. It's probably a reminder to Jacob that, yeah, okay, I'm God. I get to rename you, and you're being renamed. So that's probably what's going on in 35:10. At least that's the best explanation I can think of for this. It's not that it's a new renaming. Okay, he's not saying I forgot about this naming in 32 and this I'm going to do it in 35. It's I'm doing it to remind you that I already did it, because this is a summary here in 35. Genesis 35 is, if you look at the whole text here, it's a whole bunch of stuff put in here. I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations will come from you. Kings shall come forth from you. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, I will give it to you. And I will give the land to your descendants after you. Okay, so God here's lumping a whole bunch of stuff together here. So it's God summarizing all that's going on here prior to Jacob setting up Bethel as a cultic site. Yeah. Cerebral documentary hypothesists love these verses since they can say he was named in both P and non-P. Yeah, of course they do. They love this stuff because they can't think of any other alternative. The poverty of the imagination. Poverty of good sense, too. Alright, so anyway, that's what I think's going on there. Okay, next super chat is from Gizbo SBOL for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What's my phone doing here? My phone's decided to react. I'm going to don't recognize the number, so I'm just going to click that off. Okay. Next one is from Gizbo SBOL. Is Steiner's proposal that Merneptah is referencing the Israelite defeat following the report of spies in Numbers 14:45 So prior to the 40 years of wandering, still problematic chronologically. There's going to be some issues with Steiner's proposal, because his proposal wouldn't only propose that. He proposes that the Exodus takes place during the reign of Merneptah. So it's not just that the report that like there's going to be some issues with how he interprets some of the texts, and not necessarily the biblical text, but the Egyptological texts. Okay, so the Egyptological text, which is the Merneptah Libyan victory stela, places the Israelites in the Shephelah during the 1st to 4th years of Merneptah's reign. Now, Steiner is going to propose that the Israelites get out of Dodge sometime during the 1st to 2nd year of Merneptah's reign. They go to Mount Sinai. They camp out there for a year or two. And then a year, and then they go to, essentially, to do the spy thing at Kadesh Barnea. Okay, so year 2 or 3 is when the spy event happens, according to Steiner. If this is what he means here. Okay, the problem is the spies are 12 people. This doesn't become a chronological problem at this point. This becomes a logistics problem. For Merneptah to report that he defeated the Israelites in the Shephelah would mean that he would have to have had a conflict with more than 12 people, all of whom survived. Jeez.
That doesn't give you bragging.
That doesn't give you bragging rights. No. Great victory there. You fought 12 people and all of them escaped. Ay, ay, ay. No. So it doesn't become a chronological issue anymore. It then becomes a logistics issue. Gizmo, according to Numbers 14:4, the Israels got as far as the hill country and were defeated by the Canaanites. He claims were allies of Merneptah. Okay. The hill country was not occupied by Canaanites at that point. They were occupied by Amorites. But the spies are going in through Kadesh Barnea, around the swamp, through the territory of the Amalekites. Okay, that's how they're entering into the Judean foothills. Okay, Merneptah never goes to the Judean foothills, and the Shephelah is outside the Judean foothills. So Steiner is still wrong here. He's geographically incorrect. So, yeah, there's no attempt as far as we know about from the Israelites that they made an attempt to conquer the land immediately following the Israelite spy attempt. This is nothing but empty speculation. And frankly, it's just not how they entered. So, let's see, what does Scott have to say here? Scott says, Merneptah fits well with my non-ABR early Exodus pocket. Well, really, we'll see. Late Exodus daters have the smallest window for time, maybe 2 decades post-Exodus, if I'm not mistaken. No, you are mistaken. No, you're wrong. It's not 2 decades. It's 4 decades. Uh, late Exodus daters believe that 4 decades passed between the Exodus and the conquest. Okay, so you are mistaken there. It then goes on to say, Merneptah, like Tutmosis III, must simply have relied on local mercenaries, so that must stand a reason. Why? Why did he use local mercenaries? He was going in there for a police campaign. In fact, he was going into he was going to basically kick the butt of the Canaanites, who had basically mutinied with the king of Gezer. No, Merneptah did not rely on mercenaries. He basically used he had his own army, and he was only doing a police action anyway. He wasn't doing a full, say, conquest. So he went up the coastal plain, over the Ezreelan, and back down the Shephelah to hit Gezer. So there's no evidence he used mercenaries. Scott Wortham, hit and run, smash and grab was what Merneptah was up to then? No, he was there to punish the king of Gezer. That's what he was there for. He was there to punish the king of Gezer. The king of Gezer revolted and started taking nearby cities. Okay? That's what happened. So, Gezer used to be a vassal of Egypt. And during the Libyan crisis, the king of Gezer basically rose up, declared independence, and started taking some of the neighboring cities. So basically, after Merneptah sort of cleaned house in Egypt, got rid of those nasty Libyans, he then did this police campaign against Gezer in his 4th regnal year. So I hope that helps. All right, next one here is from Gizmo SBOL for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Could Erie on Ramses II's topographical list at Amar West be Jericho as proposed by Grizzleoff? There are several proposed readings of this. Jericho is probably not the best reading of it. Probably the best reading of this is actually Urahe. Okay? It's part of the section this occurs in. It was called the Syrian section, but it includes places like Canaan, Gaza, that sort of thing too. So it's that whole sort of general area from Gaza to Babylon. Okay? And where it fits kind of into this topographical list would be more in line with it being somewhere in Syria. So this is why I say Urahe is probably the better translation for this than what would be potentially Yerahu or Jericho. Okay? So I would be... I mean, Grizzleoff is not an idiot. Okay, he's not an idiot. He's not a fool. And so he's not going off half-cocked, but I don't think he's necessarily right either. Or at least there's a contention there. Okay? So it's possible. It's possible, but I don't think it's all that likely. So I would have to probably see more of his argumentation to decide more, but at first blush, I'm kind of reticent about his proposal here. And his proposal has not gained a lot of traction either, so that doesn't help. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Gizmo SBL asks a little question here. It's a non-super chat. Does Genesis 47:26 indicate that the 20% tax implemented by Joseph was still in place by Dynasty 19? No, it doesn't. Okay? As far as I know. 47... Genesis 47, verse 26 states, and Joseph made a statute concerning the land of Egypt valid to this day, that Pharaoh should have a fifth only of the land of the priests. I guess it does say that. Yeah. I guess it does say. I did not say, yeah, to this day. Yeah, it's there. I guess it does. I mean, we know that tax was still in effect even into the third intermediate period. So that became like the standing tax rate for Egyptians. So I didn't think that was to this day was still there, but yeah, it is. Huh. Fascinating. Okay. So yeah, I did learn something here. Little tiny details can often slip you by. 50. I want to catch that because it is. I want to give Visual Dawn here a great big thank you for gifting the channel 50 memberships. Amazing. Thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate your support of the channel. This helps us out so much, and we so very much appreciate it. So thank you very much. Yeah, 50 memberships is crazy. Definitely. Okay, next one here. I'll take the Gizmo's others ones too here, because they're interesting. Is it possible that Merneptah didn't directly encounter Israel? No. But as the upholder of Ma'at indirectly took credit for an Israelite defeat or setback. No, that's not the way it works. Here's the thing: we have to understand that these poetic recounts, they are religious documents. These are not historical documents. They're religious documents. They're offerings made to gods. Okay? There was bad juju if you took credit for a victory that you didn't earn, or a victory that never existed. I love when people start talking about propaganda in ancient Egypt, because they talk about it kind of like it's false. Egypt never recorded defeats. It never said, "Oh, I won this war," when they completely lost it. If they could spin a victory out of it, okay, that's one thing. But if it was an abject defeat, oh, it was never talked about again. So, no, he couldn't indirectly take credit for an Israelite defeat or setback. He would actually have to have performed an Israelite defeat or setback. So there was that problem there, that he would have actually had to encounter Israelites in the Shephelah for him to take account, to take credit for this. So otherwise, again, bad stuff happens because you're lying to your gods. Yeah, exactly, Darkblade. Darkblade's got it. The gods don't accept offerings that are outright lies, eh? Yeah, no, you can't really fool gods in that way. Gizmo says, so that's another problem with Steiner's theory? I would think so. If he proposes that, yeah, that would be a problem. Yeah. Because religiously, that's a no-no. A king who loses a battle or wasn't responsible for the victory could not claim it. You can only claim what you did. There's a principle in an Egyptian religion called reciprocal economy. Okay? It's called reciprocal economy. And what reciprocal economy is, if you want the gods to give you a piece of bread, you've got to give the gods a piece of bread. Okay? So, you give the god a piece of bread, the god gives you 10 pieces of bread. Or, you can, if you do a voice offering, you can say, "Oh God, I present to you a piece of bread," and the voice offering instantiates this as an offering. It's kind of a cheat, but they allowed that. But it's designed to be that to get something from a god, you have to give something to a god, because a god can't do anything with nothing. Okay? God can only take what you give him and give you more of what you give him. So, if you give the god victories, he'll give you more victories. So if you give him defeats, guess what he's going to give you? He's not going to give you victories. So, so that's really what's going on there. So for Mernep to claim a victory over Israel, he had to actually do it. Okay. Next one.
Work with me.
It worked with me here, says the god. No comments. Yeah, if you give the god nothing, what can he do with that? Nothing. He's only just a god. Come on.
And if you lie about the victory,
If you lie about the victory, well,
you have to lie and say, "Oh, I'll respond to the guy."
yeah, if you give the god lies, he'll give you lies back.
Not the relationship.
That's not really the relationship you want with your deity. Never pays to lie to a deity. Just ask Ananias and Sapphira. All right. Gizbo also asks here, does the reference to spoke wheels as booty in Mit Rahina inscription of Amenhotep II Stela indicate knowledge of wheel devices during Dynasty 12? Yes, it does admit knowledge of them, but as imports. Here's the issue. To make wheel devices requires a certain kind of technology, and it's specialized technology. The Egyptians didn't have that yet. And the wheel devices that they were getting from Canaan were not really chariots, but they were wagon wheels as such. Okay? The creation of a wheel is really specialized technology, and not everybody had that technology. So, and we don't see that technology being used or adapted for Egyptian environments really until the second intermediate period. So, while they knew about wheels in, say, the Middle Kingdom, they didn't have them, except when they were taken as war booty and brought back, because they didn't have developed a craftsman industry to recreate them. So, yeah, they had knowledge of them. Same way that when they went to, say, Canaan, they had knowledge of figs and wine production, because they did, but they still needed to bring craftsmen back to do that. So, did they build square wheels first? Well, they had to make wheels that were appropriate for desert environments. Okay? Sand wheels tend to get stuck in sand. So not every wheel works equally well in Egypt. So, no, I just cooked that one. Okay, so yeah, they had knowledge of wheels, but they didn't have the technology or had yet adapted them for use in Egypt. So while they would go to the Canaan, knock off a few city, bring home some wagon wheels, they were still a long ways from the chariot, a long ways away from that. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Does 1 Peter 3:21 teach baptism saves? Okay, we actually touched on this question last week, but with a different verse, I think. But let's talk about this one because it's the same thing pretty much. But we'll just go over it pretty quickly. All right, and verse 21, and corresponding to that. Now what's the that? To further that, go to verse 18. For Christ also died for the sins once for all, the just for the unjust, in order that he might bring for us to God, having been put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit. Okay, that's your basic gospel. In which he also went and made proclamation to the spirits now in prison, who once were disobedient when the patience of God kept waiting in the days of Noah during the construction of the ark, in which a few, that is 8 persons, were brought to safety through the water. Okay. Now, the corresponding to that is brought safely through the water. Corresponding to that, baptism now saves you. Not by the removal of the dirt from flesh, but an appeal to God for a good conscience through the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Okay, now here's going to be the key to interpreting this. Now, we've said in last week, saving, the word sotza, has 2 meanings. Preserve, as in you preserve strawberries as jam. Or salvation, as in you save a puppy from a fire. It can mean both. Context determines the meaning. Okay? So, in the case here, the saving is the appeal to God for a good conscience. Appeal to God to give you a good conscience. Now, this dative here is the dative of purpose. Okay? So, you're appealing to God for a good conscience. Does that save you? That's not salvation by grace through faith. Okay? It's an appeal, though, but here's the thing. Like the persons who were brought safely through the water, they were preserved from the old world. So because they were preserved through water, baptism now preserves you through an appeal to God for a good conscience. We've said this before. Baptism is a promise. It's a promise that you will live unto Christ for the rest of your natural life. That's what it is. And that is done through the appeal to God for a good conscience. That's how you stay preserved in the faith. Ryan Cohen Cap, that's my jam. So, so that's what's going on here. Is this is using that meaning of saves that means to preserve. It's not salvation by baptism. It's not baptismal regeneration. It's basically you're baptized. You're going to make that promise to God to live unto Christ forever for the rest of your natural life. And because of that, you're appealing to God for a good conscience to help preserve you through it. So that's really what it means here. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Scott Worthen says, everyone, brainstorm, spitball, please. Think radically on how this YouTube channel can get a monetary influx. Do dumb ideas, just dumb people. Let's hear it, please. Well, that's very sweet of you, Scott. We appreciate that sentiment. Okay. Next super chat here is from Baron St. Vaughn for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. Do you think Aristotle is in heaven? I don't know. That's going to depend upon what he does with Christ. Now, we do know that people before the coming of Christ could not say one way or the other whether or not they were for or against Christ. So it's possible Aristotle could be in heaven. Depends what he does with Christ. If he's in rebellion to Christ, then he's lost. If he bows the knee to Christ voluntarily, he might not be lost. So we just don't know. And this is the problem when we talk about that sort of segment of people who have what we call those who've never heard. Okay? These are not people who heard and rejected. These are people who never had the opportunity, never heard. Those who died before Christ never heard. So they sort of fit into that category of do they reject, or is there some possibility that they can come to Christ in some other way? So sometimes this is called, say, second chance theology. It's not a second chance to those who've already rejected, okay? But this is a second chance to those who've never heard. So I don't have an opinion on whether Aristotle is in heaven one way or the other, but I also can't exclude the possibility because the Bible just doesn't say. And it doesn't give us a definitive direction to even say, okay, lean this way or that way. So hope that helps. But again, we just don't know. But thank you for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is worship? Is it just singing music? No, it's not. Okay.
And in fact, a lot of in church, Christian worship.
Yeah, there are a lot of praise music out there that isn't worship.
Praising yourself.
Here's what I would say. Basically, worship is ascribing worth to Jesus and to God, to whom all glory is basically deserved. Okay? So that's the core element of worship, is it has to ascribe worth to God and to Jesus Christ. Okay? So the best worship music is actually in the second person. I will say this: if you're singing a hymn or a praise song and it's in the first person, it might not be worship music. There was a very, very popular Hillsong. I hate it. It's not a hymn; it's a praise song. But I will worship you. I will do this. I will do that. I will do this. That's not worship. That's not worship. Now, be thou thy vision. That is worship. Because again, you're doing that one in the second person. You're ascribing worth and glory to God. Okay? Yeah, Kiara has it right here. God is sitting up in heaven going, when? Okay? So, now, what can constitute worship? As I said, any medium that will assign glory to God counts as worship. This can be music. This can be singing. This can be poetry. This can be responsive reading. This can be public prayer. There's a lot of ways worship can happen. So Keeps Learning says, how about declarative praise psalms? Yes, absolutely, yeah. Declarative praise psalms can count as worship. There's no question about that. It's not necessarily that you have to sing it. As I said, responsive reading is a form of worship because it assigns glory and honor to God the Most High. Okay? So, there's a lot of ways to do this. Even tithing can be an act of worship. In fact, I would say tithing is an incredibly poignant act of worship if you're the one who's really sort of putting it out there to do it. So it's one of the reasons why I don't like automatic debit as tithing. I think the actual physical act of putting the tithe in the plate is part of worship. By using the automatic debit, you're taking out the worship aspect of the tithe. So yes, tithing can be worship. Singing can be worship. Instrumental music can be worship. Responsive reading can be worship. Poetry can be worship. Reciting psalms can be worship. It all boils down to this: ascribing worth to God. Darkblade asks, does fasting during the day while feasting at night twice nightly for a month count as worship? Not really. Sorry, that's not really worship. I know what you're getting at here. Okay?
Yeah, there is going to be a problem.
Andrew Graham goes, what will happen when cash is illegal? Well, this does become a problem for worship because again, it can take out the worship act of tithing. I don't tithe in cash. I pay a check. Okay, that's how I do it. Is I use checks. Now, when do checks become such that you can't do it? Well, you might have to use a money order. There's always that. You can still do money orders.
They're moving.
They are moving towards
one global ID.
Yeah, but they still have to do money orders for mailing purposes. There's still some places that yeah, there is right now, but Ryan Koch had Dr. Falk dropping those hundreds in the plates. It's a little higher than that. I tithe annually. Okay, I tithe annually, so it's not hundreds.
Andrew points out their checks haven't.
Yeah, checks haven't been in Australia for over 20 years now, and that doesn't surprise me. Everything's going that direction. So, how do you do it while still maintaining the ritual aspects of this? It's going to get progressively more difficult. I mean, you might have to do this at one point. Drop a Bitcoin on a thumb drive. Do that. Tie that way. Drop a Bitcoin on a thumb drive. Ryan Cohen Cab, what's the highest Canadian denomination of money that is? It's the 1,000. Yeah, there's $1,000 bills. I've never seen one, but I know they exist. Hey, how's it going? Glad you could be here tonight. All right. So that covers worship, and basically any activity that ascribes glory and honor to God counts as worship. So, you kind of have to think a little bit out of the box there, but yeah. Camel leopard, the 1,000. What is this? 1915. It's still considered to be currency here in Canada. That's all I can tell you. It's not a common bill. You don't see it very often, but it's still here. But then again, as inflation goes up, yeah, that's the fact it never went away tells you about Canadian inflation. Okay, next one here is from Slightly Reformed for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is 1 John 1, 8-10 referring to initial justification and conversion or the ongoing experience of repentance in a Christian's life? Excellent question. Let's pull that up and find out. Okay, 1 John 1, 8-10. Okay. Oh, let's move back a little bit here. Let's start these things at verse 6. If we say that we have fellowship with him, yet walk in the darkness, so this is talking about believers, we lie and do not practice the truth. Okay, so if you claim to walk with Christ and are still in perpetual sin, yeah, you got a problem here. You lie and you don't practice the truth. You may believe in the truth, but you don't practice it. Verse 7. But if we walk in the light as he himself is in the light, again talking about Jesus, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us. And this is a perpetual cleansing here. Okay? Perpetual cleansing us from all sin. So it's an ongoing act of cleansing. Okay? But we have to continue to walk in the light, continue to be on the right side of the amnesty. Verse 8. If we say we have no sin, we are deceiving ourselves, and the truth is not in us. Okay, so again, the context here is for the believer, and this is the believing life. So this is not talking about initial justification or conversion, but the ongoing experience of living the Christian life. Verse 9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and righteous to forgive us our sins and to keep, again, this cleanse us, is to keep cleansing us from all unrighteousness. Verse 10. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us. So the whole idea here of Christian perfectionism is off the table. So right now, at this point, yeah, the idea that you don't sin as a believer is off the table. And we have met a few people, few preachers that were Christian perfectionists. Yikes. I have never met people who are so shrouded in darkness in all my life as Christian perfectionists.
Yeah, you just have to meet them. You don't even have to look the whole overall life. You meet them and they're rude, they're arrogant.
Oh, they're rude, they're arrogant, they'll lie to your face. Christian perfectionism is just an awful heresy. It is an awful, awful heresy. So you might want to pay attention because someone is asking you about your game. So, this one particular perfectionist that I knew who preaches out of Texas, he basically said, you can ignore the entire Bible up until the resurrection, because everything prior to the resurrection is basically deals with sin and the old covenant, and you don't have to pay any attention to anything after the resurrection, because get this now, you're perfect. You have been made perfect without sin, and you are unable to sin. So all that stuff talking about sin prior to the resurrection doesn't apply to you anymore, and you don't have to pay a single. You don't even have to read it. It's not even worth it for historical value. Oh boy. Oh boy. There was no fall then? Oh, there was a fall. It just doesn't matter. You can't sin once you accept Jesus. So once you accept Jesus, you cannot sin. You can rob a bank. You can murder your neighbor. You can shoot up the neighborhood. You can do crack cocaine on the streets. But you haven't sinned doing any of that. Because you're a new creation in Christ, and new creations cannot sin.
Oh, it is a lot.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot worse than Marcionism. Who said it's Marcionism?
Dark Blade.
Yeah, Dark Blade says that sounds a million times worse than Marcionism. Oh, yeah, it's much worse than Marcionism. You better at least tell them the title of your game, by the way. Oh, did you? Okay. I didn't see that. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay. Oh yeah, so it's just Christian perfectionists are really Camel leopard. You heard it here first, guys. Dr. Full said we can do crack. Refreshing crack. I did not say that, by the way. But it doesn't matter if you're a Christian perfectionist. Christian perfectionist is it's nothing you can do. Because you can't sin. You can't sin, so it doesn't matter if you do good or bad. It doesn't matter. You can't sin. Oh boy. Yikes. Slightly Reformed says, and is walking in darkness willful, deliberate sin? It can be, yes. It can also be iniquity, which is drift. Okay? You could end up walking in darkness because you weren't paying attention to your faith. It might not be willful or deliberate, but you end up there anyway through distraction and misdirection. So, that's the danger of iniquity. Is you could end up sometimes be walking in darkness and not even realizing that you're lying to yourself about having walked in darkness.
The scary part of that scripture in Hebrews is it can start 1 to 2 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a major.
Mm-hmm.
It's going on just a little.
Yeah.
Hanging on to it.
Yeah.
Feeling justified in cheating just a little bit of your tax.
Yeah.
Stealing just a little bit from your work. And you start going further.
Andrew Graham goes, wait, I can go back to my corn addiction? Well, according to the perfectionist, you can't sin. So, it's a weird. It's very weird. It's almost like the OSAS people, you know, who basically say, well, once you have a moment of faith, you're in for life, no matter what you do. It's kind of weird that way. You know, it's like you can walk in darkness because you're once saved, always saved, and that's it.
Perfectionism kind of says, yeah. So you wouldn't go back to addiction. So if you go back to any addiction, you're not.
Yeah, it's a kind of free grace, cheap grace. Yeah, it's OSAS free grace. Was it cheap grace? So. Okay. Guru lady. I swear Dr. Falk better get some serious money from all the ads I just had to watch to refresh the screen. I have no control over that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Andrew Graham has a point. Even Richard Dawkins then is saved by free grace.
Yeah, Andrew Graham says even Richard Dawkins is saved by free grace. You know, the only sin that free gracers, that the OSAS free gracers say will disqualify you once saved, always saved, is the denial of free grace. That's the only thing that will get you unsaved. Like, what? I mean, that's the worst you can do? Really? Really? Denial of free grace is the only thing that will get you not saved under free grace. But hey, yeah, you know what? You can still deny Jesus. You can go out and, as I say, knock over an armed car, do a bomb on a neighborhood. You know, you can do all sorts of crazy things under free grace and still be saved.
They don't think they're.
Darkblade goes, do perfectionists think apostasy is sin? They don't believe in apostasy. Okay, perfectionists do not believe in apostasy because you're a new creation. Because you are a new creation, you cannot sin and you cannot apostatize. So yeah, that's the issue there.
It's. I mean.
So Slight Reform says, so walking in darkness is more so a disruption with our relationship with God and believers that can lead to apostasy if remained unchecked. Yes. Like the man who sees his reflection and then forgets. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's you've cut connection with God because you're so walking in darkness, you lie to yourself about your relationship with God.
Another reason we're
Mm-hmm.
is so other people are there to say, hey, you know, we're having problems and help you walk.
Well, this is why we're supposed to attend to our faith with fear and trembling. We're always to check ourselves to see if we remain in the faith. Is our walk consistent with our talk? So anyway, I hope that helped. Slightly Reformed, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated.
Yeah. What's so hard about that? That is the essence.
Garulu Lady says free grace isn't free. Oh no, it's hardly free. It's paid with Jesus' death and resurrection. Yeah, the most valuable thing ever, the blood of Jesus Christ. What's so hard about that? Well, here's the thing. They have to cheapen it. Okay? They have to cheapen it to make it available. Okay? There's nothing more expensive than the blood of Jesus Christ. The incarnation only happened once in history. Because it only happened once in history, the blood of Jesus Christ is the most precious thing on planet Earth. So in order for that to be cheapened, it has to become free in all senses of the term. So it's not just free in the sense of it's like a free gift, but it's free in the sense that it doesn't cost anything. And therefore it has no value. So it really gets weird and dark because of that sort of amplified definition of free here. Okay, next one here. Take here. Hey, Mama, good to see you here. I hope you're feeling better. Hope the family's feeling better too. Invitación al Cristianismo. Sorry, I butchered that. What other Egyptologist scholars do you recommend to us to read about the Exodus besides yourself, Kitchen, and Hoffmeyer? Mark Jansen's good. I'd recommend him. He's very good. Definitely, I would recommend him. He's done some very good work. He's done a little bit on the Exodus. He hasn't done a whole lot, but he has done some. But that's who I would recommend at the moment for that. All right. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. A Cereal Bowl here asks a question. Does the Septuagint preserve the authentic version of Jeremiah? I believe the Septuagint version of Jeremiah is a lot longer than the Masoretic text. Now, here's what I have to say about the Septuagint. I have noticed this a lot about the Septuagint. How do you spell Mark Jansen? Janzen. En, I think it's a Z. It's not an S. I've noticed, like, for example, in a lot of the Septuagint texts, that they tend to either be much shorter or much longer. It strikes me that the Septuagint takes often a... Is it shorter? Okay, if it's shorter, not longer. Okay, that's not always the case. Sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter. The Septuagint seems to take a kitchen sink approach most of the time, unless they have a truncated text. So I don't think that the Septuagint is necessarily preserving an authentic version in the case of smaller ones, but it's preserving the version they had. What it strikes me as is that the Septuagint translators had either what they had was single text, or they had multiple texts. It does strike me that sometimes what they did was they took two similar texts and tried to merge them and include all the readings. I call the Septuagint the kitchen sink translation. They basically took all the versions, threw them into a kitchen sink, and then pulled them out and tried to basically get the most readings out of them. Okay? Now, if they had a shorter version, it's not necessarily the original, but it might be the one they had. Ryan Cohenkamp. So kind of, sort of, actually, an actual documentary hypothesis? No! More like an actual sort of critical edition. Think of it this way. A critical edition, not a documentary hypothesis. So they're not redacting anything. Documentary hypothesis redacts. It combines and redacts. Combines, redacts, 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 redacts. Changing the meaning over and over again. They're rewriting it over and over again. That's a documentary hypothesis. Okay? But a critical edition is when you've got a verse, it's got two readings, they're similar, but they're not the same. But you want to include both for the reader to choose. So you put one beside the other. That's closer to what the Septuagint does. Like, for example, in Deuteronomy 32, it does this, where it takes what looks like multiple readings from different sources, combines them. So it's more like a critical edition, an early kind of critical edition, than it is, say, a documentary hypothesis. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, or the question. Next one is from Andrew Graham, asks a member question. In Genesis 11, was the tower and city of Babel destroyed, or just abandoned when God made the people, scattered the people? Okay. We're not told. Eventually, it would have been ruined anyway. Now, we have to understand this. The tower was probably just a ziggurat. People tend to get the translation of that a little wonky. people think that this was a tower that stretches into the sky as far as it can reach into outer space, that sort of thing. That's not what the text says. It says a tower unto heaven. So basically, they're getting up on this tower, and they're worshipping up to heaven. Okay? So, dance studio. Don't. So that's what's more going on there. So you wouldn't be able to discern this from any other ziggurat. It would just look like an ordinary ziggurat. Scott Worthman asks, why is there any debate on this issue? It's so obviously an early ziggurat. Yeah, it's obviously an early ziggurat. Absolutely, I agree with you. But there's debate about this because of Western art. There's lots of paintings from the Renaissance showing this massive tower in Florentine columns going all the way up to the top. All the way up into heaven.
Kind of looks like medieval.
Yeah, it looks like medieval Dubai, exactly. Darkblade. But Nathan H83 said it was a giant structure bigger than even the Great Pyramid, and even accused me of contradicting the Bible when I disagreed. Oh, Nathan. Oh, jeez. Jeez.
Yeah, because the standard ziggurat wouldn't make it.
Well, I mean, ziggurats aren't very tall. I mean, we have to understand that. I mean, when ziggurats were built, they were the tallest structures in the world at the time. A whole 50 feet off the ground. Hey. I mean, people don't realize that the Pyramid of Zoser was much, much taller than any ziggurat. I mean, it's only, I think, 300 feet tall or something like that, and not very tall at all. 400 feet, something like that. Height of those are pyramid.
Yeah, there's some found in.
It's 200 feet. Yeah, well, but the ones in South America are AD. Those are all post Christian era.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't realize that even the even found in South America, right? Yeah, but the ones in South America, again, those are, say, post-Christian era. So, in the case of Zoser's pyramid, it was just 200 feet tall. That was the tallest building in the world for 300 years. So, Paul Dude says the tower was destroyed. Well, was it destroyed, never completed? Did it fall apart because of neglect? Who knows? Mama says, but Doc, if you deny the plain Bible reading in this, your entire faith is at risk. Jeez. Good grief. I mean, you're right, Mama. People argue like this. People argue like this. Jeez. I think more confusion in the language came after the Bible than before it. Okay? It just seems that we're getting a lot more confusion after the Bible. Yeah, so, and frankly, not all the people would have scattered anyway. The fact is that when the people were scattered, there's nothing saying that they were all scattered. Some of them probably stayed behind. I'd go to co-op with them. Ouch! Ouchie! Ooh. Okay, let's move on here from Tower of Babel. Essentially, it's a ziggurat. Ziggurats aren't even that tall. They certainly weren't taller than the pyramids. Certainly not. There's nothing to suggest that any ziggurat ever made was even as tall as the Pyramid of Zoser. Camel leopard, thou must accept the Hamian creed, lest thou be condemned a heretic and cast into outer darkness. Oh boy. All right, next one here. We'll go and hit this next super chat. Gandalf the Based asks, have you ever read the Refuting Compromise book by Creation Ministries? Nope, never read it. How do you deal with people who want to call you liberal for not believing in a 24-hour period of days, not asking your view? That doesn't make you a liberal. What? This is a category error. Just because you don't believe in a literal 24-hour period of days doesn't make you a liberal. Does not mean you deny Jesus Christ is God incarnate. Does not mean you deny the resurrection or the crucifixion. Does not mean you deny the vicarious atonement. Does not mean you deny the Trinity. Does not mean that you deny the virgin birth or the resurrection that is to come.
It just means there's not enough evidence.
Yeah, it's
to have a hard one way or the other. It still could be.
Darkblade. How does the creed go? I believe in one God, the Creator Almighty, the Almighty Creator of heaven and earth. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it happened in one literal day. Just
Are you going backwards?
no, I'm not. I'm just taking them straight on.
823. Are you there?
I'm just past that.
Yeah. I had.
Why? Okay, again, why? Why is it being called to my attention? So? Okay, just because they asked. All right, I'll take it anyway, though. All right. Please explain what's happening in Deuteronomy 23, 28 to 29. We're going to make something clear because we've had to make this clear in the past, so we're going to have to make it clear again.
Don't.
Okay. Well, I was just 2 minutes ahead there, so. Okay, Deuteronomy 23. Verses 28 to 29. What's going on here? There is no Deuteronomy 28 to 29.
23.
Yeah.
20.
There's no such verse. Okay, so that ends that question. So unfortunately, we cannot answer this question because there's no such verse as Deuteronomy 23 verses 28 to 29, at least not in English Bibles. So sorry about that. Okay, let's move on here. Next one here is, where's it left off at 25? Scott Worthen asks the question, in dating the Exodus, how much weight of calibration do you put on the dating of the conquest so as to subtract the number of years? Does the conquest dating peg to the when of dating the Exodus for you? It confirms it. So I don't know what you mean by the weight of calibration. But here's the thing. The conquest would take place sometime after 1217. 1217 would be roughly about the 5th year of the conquest. Okay, assuming that Merneptah comes to the throne in 1222. So assuming he comes into 1222, they're in Shiloh in... You got 5 years of the initial conquest, 2 years at Shiloh, and then you got the rest of the conquest where the tribes divide up and take their inheritances. Okay? So you can basically say, you got 40 years from 1265 or 1263, roughly, to 1223. Another 5 will get you to 1216. And then another 2 at Shiloh after that, roughly. So that's how it basically fits in here. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Dean Bean Cooter asks an interesting question. Is gluttony the first sin? Let's talk gluttony, because this is one of the most misunderstood sins in the Bible. Gluttony is not eating too much food. It's not that. That's not gluttony. Might be overeating. Might be physically unhealthy for you. That's not what's meant by gluttony. Gluttony is eating somebody else's portion of the food. That's what it is. It's akin to murder. This is why it was treated such a grievous sin in the ancient world. Okay? You're basically, in agrarian societies in the ancient Near East, you got a share. Everyone gets a share of food. So a village might produce a certain amount of food. Some of that food has to go to seed. Some of that food is then, what remains is then divided between every person. Every person gets a share. Gluttony is when you eat somebody else's share. And because you've eaten somebody else's... What? We get share? Well, that would be a surprise. Mama says, gluttony is akin to murder, Dr. Falk. It is. It is akin to murder. That's why it was so serious. You're eating somebody else's food. They're starving to death. It's not about physical fitness. It's not about health and basically self-discipline or anything like that. That's not what gluttony is. Gluttony is a form of theft and murder. You're stealing someone's share. They can't eat because you've stolen it, and they die. That's what gluttony is. And anyone who tries to warp this otherwise doesn't understand the context out of which gluttony comes. Oh, jeez. Mama. Eating share would be cannibalism, dear children, which is frowned upon in most societies. Whoa! Well, that would also be murder. The camel leopard. So, like the nut jobs taking all the bread and milk when there's a slight weather inconvenience? Oh, yeah. Or the ones stealing jars of baby formula. Okay? Ones stealing jars of, or buying out preppers who buy out all the packets of baby formula as emergency rations. That would be an example of this. That's where the babies are going to starve to death because the mothers can't get baby formula. So, okay, so that's what's meant by gluttony is a sin. Okay, it's not the first sin. Okay, first sin would be murder. But gluttony is akin to murder.
But when you think about that,
Mm-hmm.
you think about like
Mm-hmm.
all the people become homeless.
Yeah.
Because rent.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Okay, next super chat here is from Daniel Chogan for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, writing an alt-world fantasy novel with a subplot based upon 18th to 19th century archaeology. Oh, cool. Lovely. Sounds interesting. You've got my attention. Think Belzoni or Schliemann. Any tips on how not to write this? Okay. Yeah, archaeology of the 18th and 19th century was more akin to treasure hunting than it was, say, any specific kind of archaeology. So that's going to be more exciting, to be honest, than real archaeology. Okay? Real archaeology tends to be very slow, very methodical. I tried to make it interesting in this book. All right? In this book here, what I did was I tried to teach people the method of archaeology, modern archaeology, in a science fiction context. Okay? But what you're writing about with Belzoni, Schliemann, even guys up to Petrie, it's more of a treasure hunting thing where you're going in to a site, you're taking stuff that'll look really, really nice in museums. Okay? There was one incident that Petrie did that still bothers me to this day. It bothers me to this day. He was excavating at El Kab. Okay. Now, for those of you who don't know what El Kab is, it was a site, or it is a site, where the kings of Dynasty 1 and 2 were buried. All right? Now, Petrie found a skeletal hand that still had the bracelet on it. It was one of those bracelets that wrapped around the wrist, went up the back of the hand, and had rings on each digit. Oh, and this was a spectacular museum piece. Okay? What Petrie did was took the bracelet and threw away the hand.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Threw away the hand to the desert. Yeah, indeed. We could have had the DNA of one of the earliest kings of Egypt. It would have been the only mummified remains of a king prior to the Old Kingdom. Yeah, it was very much like the Gould Gauntlet. Very much like that. It's just that the fact is that the values of 18th and 19th... Oh gosh, one more. Yeah, and he was one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Petrie was one of the better ones. Yeah, he was a bit of a moron sometimes, but he was one of the better ones. So when you do write about archaeologists of the 18th and 19th century, okay, you're going to have to get into their mindset. And what I would do is I would read the reports, field reports of say, Petrie, Theodore Davies, basically some of the older guys who were doing this. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. He even writes about it. It was crazy. Yeesh, yeah, tell me about it. Okay, so when you write about these guys, you're gonna notice a few things, like even Breasted. You'll see this in some of the writings of Breasted too. They're gonna look for museum pieces that they can either sell or bring back to their museum. Some of these guys are hired by museums. Okay, so they're not getting money for it directly. They're getting more of a finder's fee, small finder's fee. Like the Oriental Institute in Chicago did this with Breasted. The other thing you're going to have to realize is that a lot of these early archaeologists had a very low view of the locals. Okay?
Yeah, Mama says Indiana Jones wasn't characters.
Mama says, I guess Indiana Jones wasn't that far off of a characterization after all. No, it wasn't actually. Like, for example, Breasted was a full-out eugenicist. He was a eugenicist. He believed that whites were the superior race. Petrie would often call the locals of Egypt savages. Okay? So a lot of those guys in the 18th and 19th century had a very, very condescending Western low view of basically the people in Egypt. So if you're going to sort of capture that, you're going to have to capture that in a way that's not going to be too offensive to a modern audience, because what they did right was offensive. Okay? So yeah, they're going to be offended by bad smells. They're going to be offended by lots of bad smells, because frankly, there's a lot of bad smells in Egypt. So DBC says, this is what AI says. According to Petrie's own records, curator Emile Bruche was only interested in jewelry for display. Bruche removed the bracelets and threw away the arm. Petrie threw away the arm. Bruche wasn't there. He wasn't there. Okay? That's... okay? He was not there. So... So absolutely. So yeah. So if you want to write that, I encourage you to write that. I think that'd be awesome to write about. You can make this a lot of fun. But again, try to get into their mind at least to once again, get to that point where, you're thinking like them, that they're thinking about museums, they're thinking about building up these European institutions of museums, and even some newly created American ones, and just keep that in mind as you're writing this world fantasy novels. That's what they're thinking of. They're thinking of museum pieces, and then on top of that, they're thinking of how do we do this with the assistance of the locals, and they don't always have a good opinion of the locals. Okay, but best of luck. Hope you if you need any more questions, if you want to ask any more questions about my writing method or anything like that, we do have a writing corner on our Discord, and the link to the Discord server is in the description, and you're welcome to join us on our writing group. It's a positive group where we try to encourage each other to write better. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, next one here. Before I thanked him. Scott Worthen asks, have you made your own Bible timeline? And if so, can we see it? I don't have a complete Bible timeline. I have been working on a peer-reviewed article for the timeline of the patriarchs. Okay, and that might go into publication, because we've discovered some very, very interesting things about, say, the timing of the patriarchs. Very interesting. So I don't want to release it yet, because we found stuff that's important enough for peer review publication. But yeah, we've been working hard. We're not going to have a complete timeline for you even after that, but that's a piece. That's a piece in this puzzle. Okay, next one here is from MSM 4199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Ezekiel 29 a failed prophecy about Egypt? And we answer this like every other time. We get this one a lot. Because Ezekiel 29. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing because this is actually long. Okay. But basically, Pharaoh is told that the Lord God says, the Nile is mine. I'm going to put hooks in your jaw. And it doesn't come down to the idea of a failed prophecy until, I think, down, where does it say? Nebuchadnezzar. So verse 18 is where people start thinking this is a failed prophecy. They don't have a problem with the rest of it. It's really here, verse 18. Son of man, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, made his army labor hard against Tyre. Every head was made bald, every shoulder rubbed, but he and his army had no wages from Tyre for labor, so he had performed against it. Therefore, thus says the Lord, behold, I shall give the land of Egypt to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he will carry off her wealth and capture her soil and seize plunder, and it will be wages for his army. Okay. Now, understand here what's being promised. To plunder Egypt. Okay? He's basically, Nebuchadnezzar's being told, okay, you didn't get any spoils out of Tyre? Okay. Hey, go to Egypt. Steal from them. They got wealth. They got money. It's not promising a conquest of the land. It's not promising Nebuchadnezzar that he's going to take over. Only that they're going to steal stuff. And as far as I can tell from the sacred furniture, the sort of the trajectory of sacred furniture in Egypt, you had a rise of sacred furniture up through the New Kingdom until the Third Intermediate Period, which there was this trade-off of ransacking that takes place. And if you consider it an upward gradient from the 18th into at least to the end of the 20th dynasty, the quality of furniture just goes drops, starts rising again, drops again, stops rising again, drops again. What causes the drops? Conquests. Conquests is what causes these drops. From the Libyans, from the Assyrians, from the Persians, and from what I can tell, there's another drop between the Assyrians and the Persians that can only be attributed to the Babylonians. Essentially what I think happened, and we don't have hard evidence for this because at that point in time you are talking about the ousting of the Assyrians at that point. So at that point, you see that drop again. What I think happened is that Nebuchadnezzar sent a general to just plunder Egypt and come back with the loot. So that's what I think happened. I don't think it's a failed prophecy. I just think it's just loot, not land. And that's what the Bible promised Nebuchadnezzar, was loot, not land, to pay his soldiers. It even says that here. And it will be wages for his army. What did Nebuchadnezzar pay his army in? Gold. Lots and lots of gold. Where was lots and lots of gold? In the ritual furniture of Egypt. That's why they had those big furnaces. It's the only reason they had those big furnaces. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. The only reason those big furnaces existed. The walk-in. There's no reason for a walk-in furnace other than to carry in big pieces of ritual furniture that you're going to burn and sweep up the gold after. The only reason those furnaces existed.
Burning the furniture with the gold was also a sign of respect to those other gods.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a way you could destroy that furniture ritually.
Without getting cursed.
Yeah. Camel leopard, I will pay you with the land of Egypt. Yeah, basically it. That was basically loot. Camel leopard, are you sure they weren't cooking cattle whole? Gross. Bleed cattle first. Come on. What are you, a barbarian? hmm. Mama says, why do people keep doing my boy Ezekiel dirty? Because they think it's a soft target. That's why. All right, next one here is from Visual Dawn for 20 pounds. Thank you very much for your generosity to the channel tonight. We really appreciate it. It's so helpful for you to support us. He goes, hey, doctor, there's a couple of guys who wrote a book called Christ Before Jesus. Okay. They claim that stylometry proves the New Testament is 2nd century and that Paul didn't exist. Wondering if you heard of this book and what you think of it. I have not heard of this book, and I generally don't comment on books I haven't read. But stylometry is not a science. It's voodoo. Okay? Stylometry is voodoo. Okay? It has no scientific merit at all. This is the textual equivalent of phrenology. Okay? It's the textual equivalent of phrenology. It's basically the same as reading bumps on people's head. Okay, and determining their personalities. I mean, Andrew Graham says Paul's non-existence has never been debated. No, it hasn't. It's stupid. I mean, it's quoted in the earliest church fathers. You know, like Clement. Clement quotes Paul, and he dates to 90 AD. So it's like, dude. BC4YT. Even Bart Ehrman disagrees, and he can't even remember what plagues had to do with the Exodus. Yeah. I mean, Ehrman disagrees with this. You know, it's just no. Stylometry is not a science. Stylometry is voodoo. It's. I mean, you might as well get the little witch kettle going with the frog parts and the leaves, oak leaves, and the little magic spells and the dark candles, and then determine the Bible by that. Well, yeah, the problem exactly. No, stylometry is nothing. It's junk science. It's junk science. So, okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, no credible scholar says that Paul's works date to the 2nd century, because we find it in works that are earlier than the 2nd century. We also, that whole idea of that stylometry is as I said, it's junk voodoo science. Tell us how you really feel. Okay. Scott Worthen asks, given the Falk versus Kennedy shellacking, would you consider channel collaborations catered to academic cage match debates? No, I wouldn't. I'd watch that, as many like me surely. I don't like doing debates. I just don't like doing them. You know, yeah, I might be good at them, but I just don't like doing them. I don't think they're fun. I don't think they're entertaining. I mean, they probably are entertaining. Obviously, some people were very entertained. I just don't like doing them. Yeah. I'd rather teach. I want to teach, I want to write. That's what I like doing. I like teaching and I like writing. And basically, debates don't ever prove anything. It becomes a, well, my side won kind of thing, no matter who actually won. So I'd much rather people get more familiar with the evidence than to do a debate as a showboat. It just isn't a good use of my time. Kim Leopard for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that super chat. He says, only got a few bucks. Inquiry below, good sir. Okay, let's look for that. Here it is. Is the name Nimrod related or cognate to Ninurta? Would something like this make sense or be possible for a literary amalgamation? It's really hard to know what Nimrod was. I mean, it's clear that the person that Nimrod is referring to is a literary amalgamation. There's no question about it. The cities he's claimed to have founded were all founded at different time periods. He is ascribed with deeds that clearly can be ascribable to other kings. So he's not a single person. He's a literary amalgamation of several Mesopotamian kings. So, but as far as the etymology of Nimrod, it's hard to say. I don't have any opinions on that right now, and I really haven't studied the etymology of Nimrod too far. I don't think it comes from Ninurta, unless there's sort of a consonantal shift between an N to an M, but that doesn't seem to be very likely. That's a bit of a stretch. M's and N's don't shift very easily between each other, so I would be reticent to do that. Blue Sheep asks, are literary amalgamations common? Yes, they are. In Israelite literature, yes, they're very common. Zechariah in the New Testament is a literary amalgamation. The Exodus oppression pharaoh is a literary amalgamation. There are several literary amalgamations in the Old Testament, and as I said, it even extends somewhat into the New Testament as well. It seems to be a common literary device that's used in Israelite literature. So yeah, they happen. So Dark Places Mandarin used to have a syllable final M that all shifted to. Okay, final memation going to a new nation is a thing. And that's a thing that actually even occurs in Semitic languages. But you're talking there about a final M, a final meme, not what we call a intra-lexical meme. Okay, so a final meme to a noon, yeah, that's possible, and that happens. An intertextual or an interlexical meme to an interlexical noon, that's different. That's not likely to happen because when you get that an interlexical or an interlexical meme, what happens is the m sound tends to almost geminate. So yeah, final word memes and noons are unstable. Ones that occur inside of a lexeme aren't. Yeah, so this is much more common. This is, as I say, at the end of the word where you have final memation and final nunation. Yeah, things will tend to drop off or change. This happens on say final consonants in a lot of languages. Like for example, final R's tend to change to alepphs, and sometimes alepphs change to R's as well in the final consonant. They don't change so much in the middle of a word. So there does seem to be an inherent instability of final consonants. So that's very, very common in Semitic and Hamitic-Semitic languages. Afro-Semitic languages, that is. So that's just a feature of those ancient languages that but inside a lexeme, they're much more stable. Much more stable. Okay, let's move on here. Hmm. Okay, Camelopard for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Second verse, same dig as the first, dig a little deeper, okay? Let's see here. There it is. That's one of two. Okay. Most elements from the story of the offering of Isaac is viewed as foreshadowing the passion of Christ. But what about the fire? Is there a burnt offering aspect to Christ's sacrifice? Could the fire be the wrath of God? Okay, now, we have to be really, really careful here with topology. Okay, topologies are analogies. Okay, so Christ is a sacrificial lamb as an analogy. But it is an analogy is not the same thing as the thing itself. So you've got the analogy and you've got the realia. Okay? You can't expect an analogy to walk on all fours, as Donald Carson used to say. An analogy is to show you something as something in kind. But it doesn't, not every aspect of analogy is going to fit the realia. Okay? So, even though the sacrificial lamb of Isaac was a ram, was seen as a type of Christ, it's not the same as the realia of Christ. You can't take all the aspects and say it all fits Christ. It doesn't work that way. So there's no fire. The fire does not fit the realia. Stone altar doesn't fit the realia. It's an analogy or an illusion. So again, we just have to be mindful here that when we apply topology in the Old Testament, not every aspect of that, of the type, of the archetype is going to fit the antitype. Just the way it is. Okay? So, BC4YT. If the Passover is an analogy, it would be weird to kill the lamb, then not eat it because it rose from the dead. Or smear the blood on the lintels. Yeah, that detail also didn't make it. Okay? So again, it's an analogy. Not all, you can't make an analogy walk on all fours. It's just it's a type that, an archetype that leads to an antitype. It's not the same. It's never meant to be the same. Okay, next one here. Yeah, you can't make a dead lamb live again either, no. Right, next one is from down here. Answered that one already. Oh, Mama. We're up to Mama's here for $20. Thank you very much for that super chat. We appreciate that generous support. Okay. She says, offered IDing logical fallacies debate class to the homeschool co-op. Was told it, quote, won't be ones we offer at co-ops. Fallacies and debate can go many different ways with people's ideas and opinions, end quote. How do I counter to persuade otherwise? I've got a better question. Why is the co-op so against learning? I mean, just saying here, it's like, well, why is it so against learning? I've look, when I debating was not part of my high school education, but it was offered. And it wasn't a default. I mean, I had to take a special class for debate, parliamentary procedure, um, all that stuff. But it was still allowed. It was still, taught if it was wanting. Um, but yeah, the co-op seems. I mean, I don't know how you sort of argue against people who don't want to learn or don't want their kids to learn. I mean, are they afraid their kids are going to start arguing with their parents? That doesn't happen, by the way. And what's wrong if the debate does go somewhere else? Okay, that's a learning opportunity. Okay, if a debate goes somewhere else, why is that a problem? Okay, if they say if a kid says something that they can't support the idea, you know, is this a fear that the teacher's going to be made to look dumb? I mean, I've seen that happen. Yeah, afraid that their kids will be smarter than them. But I just don't get a homeschool that won't teach. You know, do you understand that? A homeschool that won't teach? Yeah, that strikes me as somebody who's already not teaching. I agree with you. Um, Mama says, a mom with a master in psychology offered to teach the class on psychology from a Christian perspective. She was also told that that was not going to be a class offered at the co-ops. I think you got a bad co-op. That's what I think.
I think about.
Yeah, I think
Who's the co-op?
Yeah, I think that I think you've got bigger issues there than just being able to push a class through. I think you've got issues with a particular yeah, there's deeper issues here than just being able to offer a class. Mama says we're kind of stuck with him. That's why I want to persuade them. Wow. I don't think you can. I mean, if they won't take a psychology class from a PhD, you know, they're certainly not going to take a Bible class from a guy with a PhD. They're not going to take any. I think that the problem here, if I might observe, is there's a fear of qualifications. It just looks to me, well, master's degree, okay, master's degree doesn't matter. It's still a graduate degree. It just strikes me that they fear qualifications. They fear the educated teacher.
Which gets back.
Mm-hmm.
How do we restore image?
Yeah.
That
Yeah. I mean, how can you have Christian education without Christian educators? And Mrs. Producer here reminded me of a comment we had a couple weeks ago of how do we restore the reputation of Christian education. But it's going to be really, really hard to same people that platform Brian Young, by the way. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Now what he said is arguably false.
Yeah. What he said was what Brian Young said was arguably false and destructive. I mean, you can't go much further afield from the truth than what Brian Young teaches. But there does seem to be within your co-op fear of teachers who they can't, who are not on the same level as them. Wow. Andrew Graham, atheist teaching in Christian schools seem oxymoronic, but they seem to get a pass.
Yeah.
They seem to get a pass. You know, I've noticed that a lot of atheists lie to teach in Christian institutions.
Yeah. Non-Christians whine about being Christian. They don't have the same ethical.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think your problems are going deeper than just how to persuade them. Mama says all moms are equal, but some moms are more equal. Is how it feels. I don't think you're probably not incorrect about that.
Well, it's
anytime you get a group, there's going to be a power dynamic.
There's going to be politics.
Yeah, there's going to be
and
politics.
Like, the smaller the group, and the less real world power.
Yeah.
It's like the more politics.
Yeah. Yeah. Your problem, Mama, is not going to be getting one class through. It's going to be how do you raise the quality of education. That's going to be your problem. And what you basically need is, how do I say this? What's it called when they audit a school? Not credentialed. There's actually a process for auditing education. That's called, it's not accreditation. It is accreditation. But yeah.
But yeah.
You need your homeschool to undergo an accreditation process. And I'm not saying this has to be done formally. I'm not saying they have to spend money to do this. They need somebody from the outside who's not teaching there to come in, evaluate their programs, evaluate the teaching methods, evaluate the instructors, and see if what is being done there is quality education. This is not a matter of belief. Okay, the accreditation process is not a matter of saying, "Oh, this is a bad belief, this is a good belief." It's not that at all. It's whatever you're teaching has to be done in a competent way by competent teachers. Okay? But there's a lot of homeschooling that's done to avoid competent teachers and competent communication of curricula. So what you're going to have to do if you want reform, and God bless you for wanting reform, is you're going to have to somehow elevate the quality of the teaching. And that's going to require someone from the outside that they can all agree on that is qualified to do this. Oh boy. Darkblade says, Ted Devin says they'd pick Ken Ham to be the accreditor if they could. Probably. Yeah. But then again, too, your accreditors have to be qualified. Ken Ham's not qualified to be an accreditor. He's not a professional educator. So he would be ineligible to be an accreditor. He doesn't have the requisite education to teach at a high level of competence. Okay? But that's what it's going to take if you really want to move this towards reform. Is that you're going to have to be able to get them all on board to raise the level of education so it's not a joke. Because right now, Mama, your co-op right now is a bit of a joke. Educationally, it's a joke. Mama says, not really applicable for this specific co-op, but I would love to help create a solid set of rules to raise the level of effort made by moms teaching. You know, there's no reason why moms can't be good teachers. There's no reason. Okay? if they've got curricula to do it, if they're capable of doing it, then absolutely it's possible to do. It doesn't require higher education to do it. Now, I'll say this, somebody who's gone through the educational process can recognize quality education versus non-quality. Okay? That's why you need someone from the outside. Okay? You don't know what you don't know. Your teachers don't know what they don't know. Your moms don't know what they don't know.
Also, they can preview. If the woman wants to teach psychology from a Christian perspective, have her present a preview to all the moms.
Well, when they do
I mean, if they had presented the guy who taught Milo's, Mama would have taught it down.
But here's the thing, when accreditors come into a school, they don't go through everything. But they'll ask teachers, how are you presenting this material? They'll sit in on a class and see how the material is presented. Then they'll make recommendations. That's how it's done. Who's watching the watchers?
I know. I've been through this.
Yeah, I know. But anybody can do that.
So he was waiting for them to ask what she would teach. They didn't ask, they just said no. What's the ratio?
Mama says, exactly. I was ready for them to ask me about what I would teach. They didn't ask. They just said no. I was stunned. Okay, so they're not going to let you teach. Okay. Why won't they let you teach? That might be a valuable question. Why won't they let you teach?
It's pure politics.
Well, it's pure politics, but there's reasons behind politics. Okay? So, they might not know that the reasons are, but, they're happy to keep me teaching dance. So you're the PE instructor. So you're basically the PE instructor. That's what they're happy with you being. You have to understand, and I don't mean this in a bad way, okay? Educationally, PE instructors are not considered to be are kind of the low man on the totem pole. They're not taken seriously. They're not given responsibility to teach important things, which is why they're often also the geography teacher. Yeah, if you learned geography in high school, chances are you were instructed by your PE teacher. Okay? So, because it's not seen as an important subject. So, I'm sure it is. I'm sure your classes are very popular. But your classes probably don't require homework either. And they're fun. Okay? But a lot of education isn't fun. So, I don't know how you raise the education of your co-op without, say, outsiders coming in and evaluating. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do that amidst the politics of various moms who have alternate layers of authority. It sounds like a no-win situation to me, honestly. But I applaud you for trying to help the children out. They need that, but I also don't think it's a winning battle either. At least doesn't seem to be on the surface. Not from what you've described. So, Um, Mama says, I think I have to show them I can handle the subject matter responsibly. Yeah, but when you brought that to their attention, they didn't seem to respond to that. You know, so again, I've got to you know, when you did show that, hey, you know, there's a problem with the teaching going on, they didn't react in a good way. So I don't know. Mama says, Doc, if my brainwashed self can come around, so can they. Wow. We'll keep it in prayer. Definitely. Yeah, we'll keep it in prayer, and that's about, I think, the best we can do for you. Because not many people come around. Let's be honest about that. You will find that most people don't. Okay? Some people will, but most people won't.
Another tactic is for her to make that position of responsibility, I was just talking about it, the burden it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Then how are you going to provide our kids with this? Then how are you going to provide our kids with that? Then how are you going to provide our kids with this?
Yeah, then that they turn that on their head into the, now you're just complaining about the quality of education.
And you go, damn.
And yeah, you can say that, but then they just,
yeah,
you know how that works. All right, we're gonna move on because we've kind of worked this one kind of to death. So okay, next one here. Mama says, thank you for the honest answer. Well, we try to help you the best we can. Sometimes the best we can do here is give you just honesty. I'm sorry about that, but you got a tough one ahead of you. Again, we're praying for you. We hope it works out, but we've seen enough to sometimes know how difficult this is. So, again, God bless you. We hope for the best. We're praying for the best, and God will guide you in whatever situation you'll need. Okay? Okay, we got PA sponsoring a question, but we're getting close to it. Oh. I think I've already answered most of the good ones already, so.
There was an old one. We've talked about it before.
Mm-hmm.
Back at 11:19 a.m. The do's a do hit. I got his as an old ideally.
Okay. Oh, we'll do that. Okay, so
way back. Way back.
All right. So we'll take this one now, then come back to Rich's here. PA 888 asks for 19.99. Thank you for that generous super chat. I will sponsor a question. There was a one way back at 11 a.m. Let me see if I can find it here. 11:19. The dude's a dude. 11:19. 11:19. 6 a.m. There it is. Okay. Here we go. Okay, Deduzadu asks, why is God pictured as an old gray-haired man when the ideal age is 25 to 35? Okay. The reason is because of one of God's titles, which is the Ancient of Days. Okay? So, he's pictured in art as an old gray man to show his antiquity. It's not because he's an old gray man or a man at all. We have to remember that all rendering of God as a man
This is
no. He just says, why is God pictured as an old gray man when the ideal age is 25 to 35? Okay. He's asking about why is it in art. Okay, this is an art depiction. Okay. It's depicted of that because of that title, Ancient of Days. And it's the only way we can show antiquity in a anthropomorphic depiction of God. Okay? God is not a man, but he is often shown as a man. How you show that, and while showing great age, is to show God as an old man. Okay? So, it's not to show him as a weak, old, gray-haired man. No, that's not the point of this. The point of it is to show his antiquity. In the only symbol we have that shows antiquity in a living being. We don't have any other way of showing great antiquity in a living being other than as an old gray-haired man. Or, if it was a female god, goddess, an old gray-haired woman. But God is not considered to be a female, but the father, so he is portrayed as an old gray man, not as basically an ideal age, because it doesn't artistically convey that sense of antiquity that you find in the Ancient of Days. Okay? So it's an analogy. It's an artistic analogy, but it is an analogy. It's a way to kind of communicate something artistically about God the best we can, while not being able to comprehend or apprehend God in his true form. So you can't even show that kind of antiquity as a human being. So the artist is doing the best they can with what they have. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that question. We want to thank PA888 for that generous super chat too.
take one
Mm-hmm.
here.
No, I won't take that one. We've answered that one several times already. I'm not gonna give McClellan any more publicity. Okay, so next one here is from Rich Adams for $5. And it is thank you very much for this super chat. Could you explain what Ramses II did after the Exodus? He cried in his wine. Basically, he resumed being king for the next 40 years. Okay. He had a long, long life after the Exodus. His next crown prince took the throne, or not the throne, but his next son in line, became crown prince, and he died in Ramses II's 50th regnal year. Okay, so the first crown prince die at the 25th regnal year. The second crown prince die at the 50th regnal year. We're not sure who was next, but by the time the throne passes to Merneptah, the first 12 sons of Ramses II are dead from old age and maybe something else. Maybe a couple plagues here and there, but a lot of Ramses' sons are dead by the time Ramses II kicks off. So he had a long reign. The kingdom started showing decline. He no longer had his chariot armies. The chariot. This is the chariot army that had been started by Tutmosis III and basically continued on and built upon throughout the rest of the 18th dynasty and early 19th dynasty, came to an end with Ramses II. And by the end of his reign, his kingdom was starting to fall apart. The Philistines had already taken over the coastal plain. The kingdom was showing cracks when Merneptah came to the throne. In his first or second year, the Libyans invaded, and they invaded with complete. They just sort of went through it. Okay, basically the Libyans conquered all the way up to Heliopolis, which is right smack dab in the middle of the country. So, Keeps Learning says, sorry, he didn't lose only his firstborn, but almost all his sons. Well, he lost a lot of his sons by that point. We don't know if they're all of them, but he lost a lot of them. He had 52 sons. Okay, so he lost at least the first 12, and probably several more among the younger ones. Merneptah was in his 60s when he came to the throne. His 60s. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that super chat, but that's what he did after. He did build one more temple, in I believe it was the 35th year of his reign. He inaugurated the boundary temples at Abu Simbel. Okay, so essentially, by the time of the Exodus, his building program had stopped. He had finished most of his building program. He had one more temple that he built at Abu Simbel. That was his last one, and that he completed in his 35th year. So that's about 10 years after the Exodus. And he reigned 66 years in total. So he had a long, long life, but it was starting to fall. The kingdom was already starting to fall apart by the time he was, old and gray. So, and that's what happens to people who reign a long time. No new blood, no fresh ideas, and things just kind of fall apart. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jeez. BC. 52 sons, one per week. Oh, boy. Gaius Octavius asks, why did the Egyptians begin to worship Yahweh after the Exodus if they saw how... Why didn't they begin to worship Yahweh after the Exodus if they saw how ineffective their gods were at stopping him? Because there was no formal cult established. Yahweh worship is a monotheism. For the Egyptians to start changing over to different gods would require a complete change in what it is to be a god. See, here's the thing. Monotheism is more than just, replacing many gods with one. It's a whole different idea of who God is. See, here's the thing. Egyptian gods, because the Egyptian religious system is a polytheism, each god is, by definition, none of those gods are the absolute greatest overarching creator of all other gods. But each god is a separate, sort of smaller god. A god of this planet, a god of the sun, a god of the Nile, a god of the storms, a god of the journey to the afterlife, a god of the underworld. Each god is a smaller, less powerful god. And all polytheistic systems are like this. This is why you can't just switch between polytheism and monotheism on the fly, because monotheism is a metaphysical shift. It's more than just a biographical shift. It's a metaphysical shift. It is the idea that the God of monotheism is not only the great God of the entire universe, not just God of planet Earth, not just God of this solar system, not just the sun god, but the God of the universe. And not only is he the God of the universe, he is transcendent from the universe. So he doesn't even live in his own universe. That's the metaphysics that you have to go through. Like all those little gods of polytheism have to live in this universe. They create the universe so they can live in the universe. The gods of polytheism and henotheism, let's throw them in too, because they count in the same way, are little itty-bitty gods. They're minor players. They're bit actors. Puny gods. As the Incredible Hulk would say. They're puny gods. The gods of polytheism and the gods of henotheism are puny gods. They're gods of restricted responsibility, restricted power, and restricted space. The god of monotheism has no such restrictions. They are all powerful. If there's power, they qualify for it all. If there's knowledge, they qualify to know it all. If they're good, they're qualified to be all good. So it's not so much that the Egyptians could just transfer over. They couldn't just sort of convert from polytheism to monotheism. They did not have the metaphysical apparatus to do that.
But there was a sense of localism. They would have thought the Israelites took their God with them.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And their God was no longer in the land.
There was that also sense of localism. And even the Israelites believed that.
Yeah.
That God was only in one place at one time. That was a way of God condescending to the Israelites. But in that condescension, God had to eventually break out of that idea that God's only one place at one time.
The Israelites had the idea, as long as they had the Ark of the Covenant, they'd win every battle.
Yeah, their God went with them.
Yeah.
So their God left Egypt. Yeah. So there wouldn't have been anyone there to worship anyway.
Which is why when you visit, it sounds like distant.
Yeah.
You worship the gods that were there.
Yeah. Andrew Graham says, they thought they got God when they had the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, they did. The Philistines did think they had him. Because he's supposed to be in one place at one time. Scott Worthen asks, does the Bible ever mention as to whether or not the non-Delta Egyptian polytheists even knew from where and whom the 10 plagues originated from? The non-Delta Egyptian polytheists would have been upstream. They would have been upstream in Upper Egypt. Now, they would have been aware of some of the plagues, at least. Like the plague of blood, they would have seen that. As it coming down the Nile, absolutely they would have seen that. But there also was... It's hard to know whether or not they would have known where it comes from. Because frankly, during, say, that 19th dynasty period, all attention in Egypt had basically surrounded the Nile. Okay. You basically, the center of politics was in the Delta. The center of diplomacy was in the Delta. everything important was in the Delta. Even like the major temple of Egypt, Karnak Temple, had more or less a diminished importance politically at that point. So they wouldn't have necessarily known where or who it came from. But at the same time, too, they probably didn't experience all those plagues either. Some of them, yes. Plague of blood they would have experienced. Probably not the plague of hail, or even say the blotting out of the sun necessarily. The frogs even might not have even affected them, because that tends to be more of a frogs tend to be more along the marshy areas. So Darkblade asks, did the Egyptians' metaphysical framework radically change when they became Christian? Interesting. That's actually a very interesting thing, because the Egyptians' metaphysical framework did slowly change over time, to a point where it became easy to accept Christianity. It's not that the metaphysical framework changed when they became Christian. It started changing before they became Christian. Okay? So what happened is, after the Amarna period, Ominism starts taking on different sort of tones, okay? It starts taking on more of a manifestations tone. And then in the late period, you start seeing the introduction of personal sin and personal punishment in the afterlife. That's new in the third intermediate period and late periods. Okay, so now you start in the late period, you start having, say, personal accountability for what you do in this life. That wasn't a thing before. So then you start getting a lot of Israelites moving into Egypt, say during the Ptolemaic period. So now they're starting to get ideas from the Greco-Roman world and from the Levant coming in. So now the Egyptians are being exposed to this idea of this radical one God thing, because there's a lot of Egyptians in the area, Israelites now in Egypt. So, yeah, there's a lot of that going on there. So by the time Christianity rolls around, there's the table's been set. It's the foundation has been laid for monotheism and Christianity. So, a couple more questions here. Volcanism from Santorini did affect the Delta. Yeah, it's in the 1720s, I believe, is when Santorini went off. Very early on in the it occurs in the late Middle Kingdom, early Second Intermediate period. I am taking on super chats, yeah. Okay, then let me finish the super chats then. Okay. A rich Adam for $5 here. Why did God use plagues and disasters against the king of Egypt? He used plagues and disasters to get the attention of the people, not necessarily the king. All right. So a lot of that was a message that the people had strayed. Okay. So he used plagues and disasters to let the people know that Egypt was on the wrong course, essentially. And this is something that they found. You'll find if you look at, say, the Middle Kingdom prophetic texts like Ipuwer, Amamope, that sort of thing. You'll see that, where Nefertiti is another example where plagues are associated with, say, people losing their way morally. So I don't think God used it so much against the king of Egypt, although it was certainly effective against the king of Egypt. But the suffering of the people put pressure on the king to do something. And he couldn't do anything. So yeah, there's a lot there that's going on. So Scottworth in 1500 BCE just confirmed 3 months ago. Yeah, I wouldn't take that as a for anything. Yeah, that's nonsense. It couldn't have happened in 1500. That's already in the New Kingdom period. That's I think a lot of that dating was done by the what we call the dendrochronologists. Dendrochronologists do wacky dating like that. So that I wouldn't. That's outside of the range of normal. I would bet you dollars to donut it was someone like Hendrix Bruins who did this dating. Just saying. Okay. Yep, volcanism studies just cut off with you Egyptologist? No, it didn't. Dude, nobody accepts that date for Santorini. Nobody does. Alright, next one. BC4YT for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. I discovered Kathleen Kenyon's Digging Up Jericho, the results of the Jericho excavations 1952 to 1956 for free on archive.org. Yes, it's available there. Can you suggest some other books that might be worth searching for? Oh, we'd be here all night if I did. There's lots of books out there. Archive.org has a huge selection of books. I will tell you one thing. A resource is you can use the the Egypt Exploration Foundation has a mailing list that talks about freely available Egyptology books and archaeology books, and they publish a monthly newsletter with the latest on those books. So you can do that right now. So, but yeah, there's a lot of great stuff on archive.org, and especially that older stuff. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, there's a lot of resources on archive.org. Highly recommended. And we've got BC4YT for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can one be sued for calling someone a liar? Not really. You can't sue someone for being for calling someone a liar. Defamation has to be something that's, I mean, something as vague as calling someone a liar is just, you can't sue over that. It's too vague. If you call someone a liar about something specific and it's false and it's damaging, then you can sue. Okay? And I'm not a lawyer, so you don't get legal advice from me. But defamation has to be something that's untrue, done with malice, and affects you monetarily. It affects your reputation, damages your reputation, so that it causes monetary damages. Okay? So if basically, if what they say is false, something they claim you about you is false, and it was done with malicious intent, and then it causes monetary damages, or seeks to cause monetary damages, then there is grounds for suit. But it's suing somebody over defamation is always a gamble. It's always a gamble. It's very difficult to do, and it's risky, financially risky. The juice is often not worth a squeeze. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. What's God's relationship to the material? Would anything existing alongside God be equal to God ontologically? Therefore, everything must be God. Okay, his relationship to the ontological is that you have to, God is outside of the material. If God exists within the material, what happens is that relationship collapses into pantheism. It's called the immanence problem. Okay? So, if God exists within his creation, he becomes inseparable from his creation, and then monotheism collapses into pantheism, and you've got a pantheistic God. So, for monotheism to be true, the relationship of God to the material has to be one of transcendence. So, and that does pose a problem if God is immanent, because God and then the material become a tied at the hip, a co-equal relationship. So this is where we get stuff like pantheism and panentheism. Everything must be God, because God becomes inseparable from his creation. So, yeah, it's not a good thing when God is not transcended from his creation, because you get that weird relationship happening there. I already covered the sponsored question, yes. I'm going through to see if there's any more super chats, and we're done with super chats here. So yes, we are on to non-super chats. So okay, 754, and work our way backwards. You like that one? Okay, we'll take that one. We'll take that question because Mrs. Producer likes that question. So, zipping up here. Come on, keep going. All right, 751 you said? 754. Okay. ETK asks, was Ian Gillian correct when he said there is no laughing in heaven? No. No, he's not correct. Look, this was a big thing of the Benedictines. The Benedictine Catholic order used to say that Christians who were good in the faith didn't laugh. Spiritually mature Christians didn't laugh. They didn't think the apostles laughed. They didn't think that the saints laughed. There's just crazy stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of yeah, that whole laughing in heaven thing is sort of a theological interpretation that was he fronted. Yeah, that's just laughably wrong. It is laughably wrong. I will agree with you there.
It's
no laughing. Dr. Falk confirmed Antichrist. But yeah, I mean, this was a big debate in the Middle Ages.
But you're attacked because you do laugh.
People do attack me because I do laugh. But you know, there's humor in the Bible. A lot of humor in the Bible. You know. And some of it kind of risque too.
Yeah. Gaius Octavius says
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, Gaius Octavius says, I came across a Twitter post that said Jesus never laughed, and it was from a Catholic.
So it's still out there.
Oh, it's still out there, yeah. As I said, Benedictines taught this. So, so yeah, I mean, it was important Catholic doctrine, as I said, through the Middle Ages. That that there was which was one saint that was being boiled alive in oil, and he said to his executioner, "Hey, I think you need to raise the temperature. It's not hot enough." That's some cheek at your execution. You know. I mean, Thomas said some the Apostle Thomas. He said some cheeky stuff. Oh my gosh, how he got away with that? When Lazarus died, and Christ tells the apostles, um, you know, Lazarus is, we're gonna hang around 3 days, and because don't worry about it, Lazarus is just sleeping, and the apostles are going, oh, yeah, he should get his sleep. Let's not disturb him. And Christ is going, no, guys, he's dead, and we're gonna go back after 3 days. And Thomas says the most incredible thing. He goes, oh, fantastic, so we can go die with him. Like, dude, cheek, man.
And 27.
Oh yeah, God laughs at our plans all the time. Exactly. Boy, it's like, yeah, Cooley goes, God laughs at our plan. Well, I mean, Elijah laughed at the prophets of Baal. I mean, hey, where's Baal? Is he on vacation? Is he on the toilet? Oh boy. Yeah, look, heaven is going to be a place of happiness and joy. We're going to laugh because we are happy and have joy. We might not laugh to mock, but we're going to laugh out of pleasure because things are happy and humorous. Not all humor is spiteful. It would be condemning the good with the bad. Heaven has all those aspects that make life worth living. Love, joy, peace, happiness, humor, all of it. So, no, I think God allows laughter in heaven. I think the Catholics are stodgy and wrong about this. Particularly the Benedictines. Again, I don't think all Catholics believe this, but the Benedictines certainly did.
Yeah. Mama said
Mama says, some of you have never rejoiced in the Lord, and it shows. I agree. Scott Worthen says, happiness and joy? Sure. Free will to choose to sin? Not a chance. Free will is only of this world. Just look around. Not quite. That's not quite. Happiness and joy, yes, I agree with you on that one. Free will to choose to sin? Yes, but you choose not to. You don't lose your free will by going to heaven. You've just made your choice. Free will is always still there, but you never exercise it because there's no profit in it.
You know what the
Yeah, because you know what the cost of sin is.
Guy at ETS.
You don't lose your free will by going to heaven. You just now can exercise it in its perfection.
Guy at ETS said in his lecture.
Yeah. Mrs. Producers reminded us of someone who spoke at ETS. In heaven, you'll still have the free choice to poke a needle in your eye. You just won't do it. So, you will be free to sin, you just won't do it. Yeah, Warrior of the Most High, there's also no flesh to wrestle with. Absolutely. No flesh to wrestle with. You've come into the joy and the love of the Lord Jesus Christ in its fullness. Yeah, you'd never go back. Scott Worthland says, sin denotes a corporeal framework entirely lacking heaven. That's not true. That's not true. Many of the angels, many of the divine beings lack a corporeal framework, and they fell and sinned. Satan lacked, the serpent in the garden, lacked a corporeal framework, yet sin was found in him, per Ezekiel 28. Okay? So, yes, there are spiritual beings in heaven that sinned and fell. A lot of them. So, it's not a corporeal framework does not absolve you from the free will of sin. They just did so within their purview of choice. Now, in our case, we won't sin. We've sinned already, but we won't sin in heaven because sin is not something that you accidentally fall into in heaven. It's something you choose in heaven. You'll still have the choice, you just won't do it. Because you know the craziness of it, the wages of it, the destruction of it. It will hold no appeal. So, okay, anything else? What else do we have? That's it. We're moving on down.
If you want to take it, 807. What are your thoughts on total?
No, I'm not going to take it. I don't have any opinions on that.
Is Septuagint or
We've already taken that one.
Canada is debating. Anyone who
I will take that one. Okay. Nikor Nino KR says, I heard Canada is debating to pass a law that allows to make arrests against anyone who holds to religious beliefs. What will you do if that law is passed? That law has been tabled. Okay. It's been shelved. Okay, C-19.
But it is true that they did try.
There was attempts to pass a law to make certain religious beliefs no longer exempt from hate speech laws. Okay, that's a true, and it's Bill C-19, and it's proven to be wildly unpopular. So the Liberal government has at this point shelved it for this session of Parliament. So what happens is, in this parliamentary system is, if a bill gets tabled and never taken off the table, it dies in committee. It dies in committee. So for them to do this again would require them bringing it back in the next session of Parliament, if to pursue it, if they don't take it off the table during this session, and it does not look like they're going to take it off the table in this session at this point. So, praise God, it's been tabled, and for the moment shelved. We don't know if they'll ever try it again, but at this point, it's looking very positive that that they have shelved it. Okay? Now, but that begs the question, what would I do if that law was passed? I wouldn't change much of anything. I'd still be doing this live stream I would still be, saying what I say, and and then you just let the chips fall where they may. So,
But that's the thing that the early days
mm-hmm,
was you deny Christ.
mm-hmm, yeah, yeah. So,
People can say whatever they want against Christians.
yeah. Darkblade. Is religion protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Yes, but you have to understand that that's limited. Charter rights and freedoms are limited. The government can override your charter rights, okay, with a notwithstanding clause. And this bill was seeking to override charter freedoms with the notwithstanding clause. So that was the danger of it, is it would not have been protected with the charter. Charter would not have protected you here. So that's the issue. And it really was some pretty prosaic beliefs that would have counted as, like, for example, and you saw this in committee when they were discussing this as to what would have qualified this. One of them was that the idea that Christianity is the only true faith. What? I mean, every religion practically preaches that. I don't know. I don't know much of any religions that go around saying, well, you know what? Yours is good, mine's good, it's all good. The most religions have claims to exclusivity. So they were seeing that as potential hate speech. Oh, you're saying this other religion isn't a true representation of the divine faith. Oh no, you bigot, you hate speecher. It's like,
Hinduism claims to be the
yeah,
Islam, but they didn't hold it against.
or the Most High. Hinduism. Yeah, you know what? Even Hinduism has exclusive beliefs. It has exclusive beliefs. It's that belief of polytheism. Remember that belief? Little gods with restricted powers and all that? Yeah, you can't believe in monotheism in, say, the Judeo-Christian sense and be a Hindu. No. Hindus will just take Jesus, put him on the shelf with Ganesh, with Brahma, etc. And Vishnu and all that. So, that's the whole idea of Hinduism. It's not the metaphysical. It has exclusive claims. There just happen to be metaphysical claims, not necessarily theological claims. So, Andrew Grimm goes, even atheism has claims to belief. Absolutely it does. So, that law was looking to be pretty bad news. Really bad news. Okay. What's next?
Okay. Next one. Wisconsin.
Okay, 828. 821. Okay, Cereal Bowl asks, was Chalcedon wrong to excommunicate the Miaphysites? That's a bit of an anachronistic question. Okay, and here's why I'm going to say it's an anachronistic question. The term Miaphysite had not been coined yet. Okay. Yes, they might have been Miaphysites, but they didn't have that category yet. So they had Monophysite and Nestorian. That's the two categories they were operating at Chalcedon. And the the Coptic Christians were much closer to Monophysite than Miaphysite at the time. And some of this was just sloppy language. Let's be right plain up about this. The Coptic representatives at Chalcedon, they presented their views in a way that was very Monophysite, even if they did believe in Miaphysitism. Let's explain what the difference here is between Monophysite and Miaphysite. Okay, Monophysite means. Well, let's start with Nestorianism, because this is all stems from Nestorianism. Nestorianism is the belief that there's two persons of Jesus, a spirit Jesus and a human Jesus. And this is a way of sort of keeping the two natures separate, but they kept the two natures separate by two persons. So you had a God person, Jesus, and you had a human person, Jesus. And they're separate. They're separate persons, separate beings. Okay? That's Nestorianism. Okay. Now, the Monophysites reacted to this. And they said, okay, this whole two-person thing's nonsense. It's one person. And all the attributes are mushed together into one. Okay? So then, when God eats, when Jesus eats, God is eating. When Jesus catches the cold, God catches the cold. So basically it's a confusion of attributes. Okay? So when Christ bleeds, Jesus bleeds, God bleeds. When Jesus heals someone, it's the human Jesus that's doing the healing. So it's this sort of mix of muddling of confusion of attributes. Okay. Now, Miaphysitism takes the middle road. It essentially says Jesus is one incarnated person with two attributes. So, when Jesus bleeds, it's his human attribute that bleeds, even though it's still one person. When Jesus performs a act of all-knowing, it's the God attribute that does the all-knowing, even though it's one person. Okay? So that's what you have here in that sort of gradient between Nestorianism, which is two persons, Miaphysitism, which is two attributes but one person, and Monophysitism, which is one person with all the attributes muddled together. Okay? So, during the time of Chalcedon, no one had thought about the whole Miaphysite thing. No one had thought about this. So, you had Monophysitism and you had Nestorianism. Those were the two sort of catch buckets that this heresy fell into. So when Coptic Christianity represented themselves, they didn't represent themselves very well. They represented themselves as Monophysitism. Now, later on, after they got excommunicated, they sort of rethunk this. They rethunkened this. They rethunkened. So they rethunkened it to say, well, you know what? We don't really believe in one person with muddled attributes. What we more believe in is one person with two sets of attributes. So it was sloppy language during Chalcedon that led to their excommunication that they've later on redefined, and now they are Miaphysites. Okay? So they've sort of slowly changed and refined the theology of what they believe on this so that they're no longer Monophysite. But were they Monophysite at Chalcedon? Possibly. Very likely many of them were. Because there wasn't another category for them to be. So, I'm glad they've rethunked this.
Yes,
Meowphocytes.
you have to have
You have to have a cat to be saved. Mama says, always good to rethunk. I think so.
I no longer hold that position. I rethunk it.
I rethunkened it. Yeah, well. Okay. So, Scott Worth and Meophysites are Arabs now? Where? No. Who said they were Arabs? I mean, they are, I guess. Well, they're not really even Arabs. Most Meophysites are Coptic Christians. They are Egyptians, not Arabs. Coptics, the Copts are sort of, think of Copts as kind of the last ethnic group of true Egyptians. Most of them do live in Egypt, but that doesn't make them Arab. Okay? They're they I mean, just like you have, say, for example, in Israel, you have Jews and you have Arabs. In Egypt, you have Egyptian Copts and you have Arabs. Different group. You have to understand, amongst the Copts in Egypt, they see Arabs as foreign invaders. Because they were foreign invaders from Mecca, from the Arabian Peninsula. Okay. So a lot of, say, the Copts sort of stayed within their own communities. They became isolated communities of say, native Egyptians that became Christian and remained Christian. So they're not Arabs. They're not Arabs, at least not in the ethnic sense of the term. And a lot of them would be very insulted to be called Arabs. No, they consider themselves to be something else. Egyptians, yeah, sure, they'll go for the term Egyptian. They'll go for the term, say, Coptic, but they don't like being called Arabs. Some of them are okay with it, but those tend to be more the ones that have culturally acclimated to Islamic culture. Where it was, oops, sorry. Chalcedon was one of the reasons behind the rise of Islam. That's what Senpai Rob found, I think. I doubt it. I doubt it had anything to do with the rise of Islam. It only had it in this tangential sense. It wasn't Chalcedon that caused it. Okay?
They were following.
Islam got a lot of its influence from Nestorianism. Okay, Chalcedon didn't cause Nestorianism. Nestorius caused Nestorianism. So a lot of Islam's view of Christianity comes from Nestorianism. This is why you get some of the weird things like Father, Son, and Mary as the Holy Trinity. Because that's Nestorian theology. So I don't think Rob's correct on this one. Louis Sandoval asks, but why a lot of Copts and Middle Eastern Christians seem complacent with Islam? Because what are they going to do about Islam? Here's the thing. If you're living in Egypt, they have to coexist with, I mean, Islam is 90% of the population of Egypt. They're 10. You know, and the fact is, every so often, Islamists rise up and burn down all the Christian churches. And then they got to rebuild. So it's like, okay, they don't have a lot of choice but to be complacent Because what are you going to do about it? Now, some of them, I will admit, some of the cops are very, very brave and do try to evangelize to Muslims. I've seen it happen. I've been there when it happens. Okay,
But there's a way of doing it
but
when you're respectful of
yeah,
their
but they
religion.
have to do it in a way that's very respectful of the laws of the land. Okay, they can't preach Jesus. They're not allowed to preach Jesus. Okay, they're not allowed to badmouth Muhammad. Okay,
So they got the
so
Old Testament.
yep, yep. So they basically talk common ground. They evangelize through the Old Testament. They'll talk about the prophets of the Old Testament. They'll talk about Moses. They'll talk about King David. They'll talk about Solomon. They'll talk about Elijah. Okay? Because they can. And they're allowed to because there's common ground. But all of that comes at a personal risk. Darkblade goes, wait, they can rebuild? I thought classical Sharia law doesn't allow dhimmis to construct or repair places of worship. Uh, Egypt doesn't have Sharia. Sharia law is not the law of Egypt. Okay, so you do get rioters in Egypt who will burn down Coptic churches, and then they are free to rebuild. So
One reason is it's simply
it's bad. Yeah, it's bad for tourism if they can't rebuild the churches. Yeah. So in Egypt, Copts are allowed to rebuild their church, and most of the Coptic churches in Egypt have a rebuilding fund. Okay, just for this event because it happens often. Um, there's a beautiful, beautiful church across the in Luxor, and just absolutely amazingly beautiful. And when I saw it, it was like, wow, that is just gold domes and spires and all that, and it's just like that church wasn't there 10 years ago. The old one had been burnt down during the Arab Spring and been rebuilt. Okay? So, Coptic churches in Egypt often have a rebuilding fund. Yeah, that's at the Garbage City. Yeah, that one's carved out of a side of a cliff. That one's gorgeous. I mean, that one, the Garbage City basilica is really nice. Um, Nasty place, but really nice basilica. So yeah, in Egypt they're allowed to rebuild, but they also aren't going to get any protection from the government either. Should uh, some wild Muslims come and torch their churches, so that's just the way it is. Okay. Any other questions?
Lebanos a form of general revelation.
1103. Mama says, "Wait, the Garbage City Basilica? Oh yeah. Let's see if I can find this. Maybe I can find a
Yeah,
quick picture.
it's
Yeah, it's amazing. Um, Egypt. Yeah, here's a picture of it. Copy it, paste it, and show you all guys. The monastery of Saint Simon, known as the Cave Church. Um, get it up here. I'll try to get it to you quickly here in live stream. And Saint Simon. Okay. Got a picture here. So I'll just show this to you. Properties. This will be just a second here as I load this up. There it is. Okay. There it is. It was carved out of an old quarry. Okay. And this used to be a ghetto. This whole garbage city used to be a ghetto. Back in the 1970s, when Nasser was trying to clean up Cairo, and I use that term "clean up" loosely. It was really an attempt to make Cairo for Muslims. So they forced Christians out of their businesses, out of their homes, and moved them into this garbage dump. And it quite literally was a garbage dump. No running water, no electricity, no sewage. Okay? No modern plumbing, no appliances, nothing at all. What ended up happening was it was just despair. But the local cops, they basically started to go through the trash to find stuff to resell, to turn into crafts, but it was still a place of despair. One Coptic Orthodox priest, I guess, he was a priest, decided to make the garbage city his ministry. So he went there, and he set up a small church in the quarry. This was a stone quarry. And Christianity spread the garbage city like wildfire. You go there today, you see crosses on every door. On every door of the garbage city, you'll see a cross. They carved this basilica out of the side of the quarry. It's decorated with Coptic Orthodox icons. It's gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous, and it's huge. It is huge. It's like going into a football stadium. This picture doesn't do justice to its size. It goes back probably another set of stairs yet again. Set of seats yet again. So, yeah, and it's just amazing. Seats a few thousand. Yeah, it's big. It's a really, really big church. Yeah. Yeah, but 2,000 would probably be about right. That'd be probably how much it seats. Yeah, it's really big. I mean, it amazes you how big it is. And it's quite a hike all the way to the top. If you want to do that. So, yeah, this is not a small church. Even going down the ramp down the side is quite the workout. So, Darkblade, do Copts use Sahidic, Bohairic, or some other dialect as their liturgical languages? I'm not sure. I think it's Sahidic, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. So, yeah, so that's, and frankly, there's a little tattoo parlor right across the street where you can get tattoos of the cross on your hand. Typically, Copts who are who are baptized and consider themselves to be committed to the faith will often get these tiny, tiny cross tattoos either on their wrist or just on, oops, try to do this, on that part of the thumb. Okay, as basically a way of showing themselves committed to Christ. Okay, get you killed, yeah. Yeah. Loose Sandoval, are there Christian converts? Yes, there are. It is still technically illegal. Okay. It is still technically illegal to convert to Christianity in Egypt, but it does happen. Okay? It does happen. Usually they have to stay quiet about it, though. So basically, what they will do is they will stay quiet about having converted. But there are. Egypt is one of those places that technically has freedom of religion, but it's still a law on the books that it's illegal to convert from Islam. Okay? So, you figure out how they make that balance, okay? So once you kind of understand that there's a balance there between, okay, yes, I have the freedom to convert, but if I convert, I'm violating the law. So there are Christian converts in Egypt. They just kind of stay rather quiet about it. Okay, so I hope that helps. Any other questions? We're getting to the end of the night anyway here, so.
1103, but
Let's not take that one.
5. I need to. Why do so many people are being opposed to just proving guilty?
Oh boy. Is it 1105? Okay, Danny Dement here asked the question, a very tired question. Well, I'm a very tired answerer. Why do so many people seem to believe the Ark of the Covenant being found would force people to admit God is real, as opposed to just proving Hebrews built a ritual box? Because they're over, how do I say this? They're overemphasizing how much it would actually prove. Okay? The fact is, if they found the Ark of the Covenant, it would just prove the Hebrews built a ritual box. That's all it would prove. If they carbon dated it and maybe found out that it dates to the the 1200s BC, that might prove that they did it during the late Bronze Age. That's probably all it would prove. The fact is, skepticism will justify itself. People have... Here's the thing with skepticism. Skepticism has no limits. You know, all a skeptic has to do is keep narrowing their horizon of evidence to achieve the skepticism. This is how you arrive at solipsism. Is you believe in nothing, essentially. So what happens is the evidence becomes more and more and more restrictive until you're not considering evidence at all anymore. You just believe what you want to believe. This is the danger of, say radical skepticism. Is radical skepticism doesn't end up believing nothing. It ends up believing anything. That's the danger of radical skepticism. So, you know, if you did find an Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of the Covenant, it wouldn't force anyone to admit anything, except there was an Ark of a Covenant. So you're then going to sort of get to a point where they'll believe all sorts of crazy things to justify why that is there. Well, what's Scott's point here? Let's see. Relics, sacred bones. Buddy, us Catholics prove that putting faith in objects so as to prove one's deepest held belief is fraught with calamity. Ark or no ark shouldn't impact knowing God, and I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it would prove anything. Anyone sufficiently skeptical will find a way to dismiss it. It happens all the time. You see, there's no evidence for any figure in the Bible. Oops, we found evidence of Hezekiah. Oops, we found evidence of Baruch. Oops, we found evidence of Jehu. Oops, we found evidence of Ramses. Oops, we found it just goes on. It just goes on. But that doesn't mean that people are going to believe. Because believing is more than just simply being shown evidence. It's basically committing to the presuppositions that the evidence implies. And that takes more than just showing them a gold-covered box. Okay, anything else? Okay. Boy, that's a complex question. Oh boy. All right, we'll take it. It's a complicated question, and this will probably be the last question of the night then. From Louis Sandoval, who asks, in light of Ephesians 2:14-16, does it make it difficult to eliminate pagan elements in church history from the Gentiles? Let's see what Ephesians 2 says on this. Ephesians chapter 2, verses 14-15. Okay, and the text reads, for he himself is our peace, who made both groups into one, and broke down the barrier of the dividing wall. Now, where are the two groups here? Oh, the Gentiles who are... Okay, so we have to go back to verse 11. Therefore remember that formerly you, the Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by the so-called circumcision, which is performed in the flesh by human hands, that you were at that time separate from Christ, excluded from the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers to the covenant of promise, having no hope and without God in the world. But now, in Christ Jesus, you who formerly were far off have been brought near by the blood of Christ. For he himself is our peace, who made both groups, this is the Gentile and non-Gentile, Jew and Gentile, into one, and broke down the barrier of the dividing wall, by abolishing in his flesh the enmity, which is the law of the commandments contained in ordinances, that he himself might make the two into one new man, thus establishing peace, and might reconcile them both into one body to God the cross, by having put to death the enmity. Okay, so basically, in Ephesians here, it's talking about how Christ made Gentile and Jew into one observant, obedient body to Christ. Okay? So then we get to the question. So that's the context. The question is, does it make it difficult to eliminate pagan elements in the church from the Gentiles? Okay. A lot of the pagan elements are usually accretions. Okay? So if there were accretions, then we can always go back and we can say, okay, this is an accretion. This is something that's not part of the original faith. And, then we can evaluate, is it a good accretion or a bad accretion? Okay. Not all accretions are bad. An accretion, for those who don't know, is something that grows after the faith. So, Christmas trees being put in church. Okay? It's not there because of theology. It's not there because of liturgy. It's an accretion that kind of happened alongside the church. Okay? Are Christmas trees pagan? No, they're not. but they're also not foundational with the church either. So, they're an accretion. Now, you can debate whether an accretion is a good accretion or a bad accretion. Does it put our focus on Christ or does it take away from Christ? Okay. So, the combining of Jew and Gentile into one body then has to then come down to, does that in any way inhibit the elimination of pagan elements? And I would say not per se. I would say more often church tradition has more to do with, say, the retention of pagan elements. Okay. And tradition's a tricky word. Tradition's a very tricky word. Traditions happen very, very fast. We think about traditions and think about them being hundreds and thousands of years old. Most traditions aren't that old. Most traditions are like 100, maybe 200 years old. Some are as young as 15, believe it or not. I've encountered a film of those. Like, everyone thinks that the white wedding dress has been around forever. It's been around since the time of Queen Victoria. Christmas gifts. 19th century marketing scheme by Neiman Marcus. Okay, not an old tradition. The diamond wedding ring comes from De Beers in the 19th century also. There's a lot of stuff that often slips in under the guise of tradition that's not traditional. Danny Dement. Tricky word, but a great song from Fiddler on the Roof. Yeah, it was a great song. Okay. So, that is going to be part and parcel to this idea of eliminating pagan elements. Some pagan elements are harmless. Some pagan elements are very harmful. This is where, say, wisdom, introspection, good grasp of church history will be very, very helpful to see, is this something that has always been with us, as far as since the early church fathers? Is this something that has been an accretion over time? Is this something that inhibits the faith? Is this adiaphoron that does no harm at all, but just sort of lingers there? Or is this something that sometimes even benefits the faith? Sometimes a pagan element can synergize with the faith to amplify the faith. That is possible. It has happened. Okay? So, just because something is pagan doesn't mean it's evil. But it is not the thing with pagan elements is they don't originate with the faith. They come in after, or sometimes alongside. But that's the thing about paganism too, is everyone was originally a pagan. Even the Israelites were originally pagans. Yeah, even them. Yeah, did you ever read the Old Testament? Yeah. Yeah, the Israelites weren't always good monotheists. Everyone at some point was a pagan. Everyone. The question is, do you remain pagan?
Except for Adam and Eve. Pretty sure they were monotheists. They were walking in the garden with God.
Adam and Eve, you say? we're pagans? Well, I guess you're right.
But walking in the garden. I think they knew who God.
Not sure about their kids, though.
Yeah, well, I didn't.
Yeah, so, just because it's pagan doesn't mean it's evil. Sometimes it's beneficial, sometimes it's neutral, sometimes it's evil. But again, this is where discernment comes in. You have to be able to discern what pagan elements are harmful, and if they're not harmful, what's the harm? So, again, it's just one of those things that, yeah, Mama's got it right here. Shoot, Israel's were pagans after God brought them out of Egypt. Oh, yeah.
That's what the Old Testament is about.
Yeah.
God constantly grabbing them by the
Well,
ear. And
the tribe of Dan didn't go one generation without setting up an idol.
Yeah.
First generation in the promised land, and they set up an idol. Like, dudes, what were you thinking? They became Baal worshippers in no time. You know, just, oh, jeez. Yeah, so everyone was a pagan at some point. So the question then is, when you do those evaluations of what's pagan, is it something that adds to the faith, or is this something that detracts or shifts attention away from the faith? Okay, some are Christians, as I said, are pagan but harmless. Some are harmful. Again, discernment is going to be your guide here of what is consistent with the faith. You know, hold fast to what is beautiful, what is holy, what is pure, what is God-fearing, and forsake all else. That's the best advice that I can give you as far as that whole elimination of what's pagan within the church. And this doesn't come from that synergy of the Gentile and the Jew being brought together, but it is one of those things that does come in over time and through history. So,
Mama nailed it.
Mama has this has got to be the best line of the night. Much like in Galaxy Quest, did any of you ever actually watch the show? In this case, did any of you ever read the Old Testament? Oh boy. It's like, oh boy. You're right. You're absolutely right. None of these people actually read the Old Testament. You know, you get papers at like SBL every year talking about God's wife Asherah and some pompous little snotty grad student going, "See, the Israelites, they were pagan idol worshippers." Well, yeah. Duh.
And God grabbed with their ears and went, "Stop."
Like, duh, of course they were. It's like, you read the book, right? Okay, I think with that, we're going to call this a night. We want to thank everyone who joined us tonight for this live stream. Thank you so much for those who have been generous to us through your giving memberships and your super chats and through basically PayPal gifts. We really do appreciate those because those are really helpful for us. We also ask you, again, if you have read Odd Books, Reliquary of the Dead, or All the Stars as Angels, please leave a book review on Amazon because that really, really helps us a lot. Also, we want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. You guys keep the equipment functioning. We have seen a drop in Patreon subscriptions recently, and we really do depend on that for keeping the equipment going. So we want to thank those who steadfastly stood with us. We appreciate it so very much. We also want to thank our regular viewers who watch the videos, who hit that likes and subscribe button, and share the URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We hope you enjoyed this, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.